Hey Shelby, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Shall I check the PowerPoint and see whether it works?
Yeah.
Shall I share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You just Azul, how are you? Fine.
Good. Let me share it and see if you can see.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Audible, Anna. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, reading screen. Yeah.
You can see and hear.
See, I can hear. I can see your screen also, but nothing there in the screen. It seems to be. I think it is. You go and go to the next slide or something like that.
Yeah, I'm moving to the slides.
But it is not visible.
How?
Hmm.
Really?
Yeah, really means I am seeing only one square thing only.
Sir, the slides are
What is that?
No. You reload it once again.
Yeah, I tried that. It never happened.
See, okay. I'll do one thing. I'll check it with. I ask my colleague to join so that whether it is my problem or.
I don't think there is somebody on the call. Can Arun see it?
I don't. Can you see the slides? I don't.
yes, ma'am. I can see all the slides.
Oh, you can see it?
I don't.
Yes.
How about,
Yes, sir. Yes,
how
ma'am.
about
I
now?
can see it. I can see it.
You can see now?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
moving?
now I can see. Yes, ma'am. Can you just move to the next slide?
Yeah, I moved.
Yeah, I can see.
You can
Then
see
no
the
problem.
animation?
Yes, ma'am. I can see it clearly. Innovation, ecosystem, culture. Yeah. Innovation
Okay.
happens in an ecosystem supported by a culture. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, Anusubal. Then some problem with my laptop maybe. Don't worry. It's okay. No problem.
And you can hear me too, right, Arun?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I can
Yeah.
hear you clearly.
Okay, so I guess I will just stop sharing and then, when it starts. Okay.
Okay, Anusubal, I think it's okay only. Okay only. No problem.
You can see it now?
You are again sharing?
No, I haven't scared. I can share it to check. Let me see. I'm going to share the screen or yeah, I think I should just share the screen.
Yeah.
You can see it? Now I cannot hear. It says connecting to audio.
Yeah.
I think it's a network issue in your end, I think.
Okay. Anyway, now it's okay. It's okay only. I can see your slides,
Okay.
everything.
That's good. Oops. Yeah. All right. So I'll stop sharing. And where did that go? Okay, there we go. I hope the light is okay. Usually, രാത്രിയിൽ presentation അങ്ങനെ നടത്താറില്ല.
It's no problem. Everything's okay.
Okay.
വീഡിയോ ഓഫ് ചെയ്ത് ഇനി ഒരു 8:50 ആകുമ്പോ വന്നാൽ മതി.
8:50 ആയില്ലേ?
ഇല്ലില്ല, 8:21 ആയുള്ളൂ.
8:21 ആയോ?
കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
Oh my goodness. So 8:50 എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടുത്തെ 10 ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ ഇനിയും 30 minutes ഉണ്ടോ?
switch off the video and be there. No.
Oh really? Okay.
20 minutes കൂടി ഉണ്ട്.
Oh, I didn't realize that. ഞാൻ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇപ്പൊ തുടങ്ങുന്നു വിചാരിച്ചിരിക്കായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ശരി, ഓക്കെ. ഞാൻ I will join in 20 minutes then.
Okay.
അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വാട്സാപ്പിൽ ഒന്ന് പിങ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഞാൻ അപ്പൊ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാം. ഓ, ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഇപ്പൊ തുടങ്ങുന്നു 7 മിനിറ്റിനകം. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ ചേരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ശരി, ഓക്കെ. ഓക്കെ, ശരി. ഓക്കെ.
ശരി. അരുൺ.
സർ.
അടിപൊളിയായില്ലേ?
അടിപൊളിയായിട്ടുണ്ട് സർ.
ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക് റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ഓൺലി. നമുക്ക് മറ്റേ ഇതില്ലേ, ഐ മീൻ എന്താണ്, അരുണിന്റെ സ്ക്രീൻ ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തിട്ടാരെ.
സർ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ച സ്ലൈഡ് അല്ലേ?
അതെ. അതിന്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡ് തന്നെ ഇട്ടാച്ചാൽ മതി. ഓക്കെ,
അത് ഇപ്പൊ ഇടാം സർ, ഇപ്പൊ ഇടാം.
ശരി. അനുസരിച്ച് ഓർപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ട് എന്നെ ചെയ്തേക്കണേ അരുണേ.
അത് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേക്കാം സർ.
മറന്നു പോകുമ്പോ 8:22 ആയി. ഒരു 8:50 ഒക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേനും ഒന്ന് ഓർപ്പിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുമായിരിക്കും. അറ്റൻഡൻസ് എപ്പോഴും ഒന്ന് എടുത്തേക്കണേ. ഇത് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക് റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് ആണ്.
അറ്റൻഡൻസ് ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് സ്ക്രീൻഷോട്ട് എടുത്തോളാം സർ.
ഓക്കെ. അതായത് മറ്റേ ടോക്കൺ ഉള്ള എടുക്കുക. ഓരോ സെഷൻ, ഐ മീൻ ഇനാഗുറേഷൻ സെഷൻ, പിന്നെ അതും കൂടെ മറ്റേ പാനൽ എല്ലാവരും ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഉള്ള ആ ഒരു സെഷൻ, അങ്ങനെ 2-3, പിന്നെ ഒരു ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ ഒന്ന് എടുത്തേക്കുക. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ. ഓക്കെ. മോർണിംഗ് സെഷൻ ആൻഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ സെഷൻ. ഓക്കെ. എപ്പോ തീരുമെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, എന്നാലും നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. ഓക്കെ
സർ, എന്ത് രാത്രി ആവോ?
അറിയില്ല അരുണേ, ശരിക്കും ഹാക്കത്തോൺ 24 hours നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. എനിവേ ഒരു 20 minutes എടുക്കൂല, 20 to half an hour എടുക്കും. കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട് സ്ക്രീൻ ഫേസ്. ഗുഡ്. അത് സ്ലൈഡ് ഷോയിൽ
ഇടാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് സർ.
ഫ്രം ബിഗിനിങ് അങ്ങനെ ഇട്ടാൽ മതി. സോറി. പക്ഷെ ആ രണ്ടാമത്തെ താഴോട്ടൊന്ന് വന്നേ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡ്. ഇത് ഇട്ടാ പോലെ. ഇത് മതി അല്ലേ? ഇത് ഇതിലെല്ലാം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ ഒരുമാതിരി. മറ്റേതിന്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല ഇപ്പൊ. ഓക്കെ ആയില്ലേ? ഇതല്ലേ നല്ലേ?
ഇത് മതി സർ. അവർക്ക് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് ജസ്റ്റ് ഷെഡ്യൂൾ കിട്ടിയാൽ മതിയല്ലോ. സാർ, ഈ 9 മണിയുടെ ടോക്കിന് എത്ര പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് കാണും? ഈ പിള്ളേരൊക്കെ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യോ രാവിലെ?
അവരോട് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് ഞാൻ. പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് മറ്റേ ഇവരോടൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യിക്കാൻ പറ. ഐ മീൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ ഇല്ലേ, സ്റ്റാഫ് മെമ്പേഴ്സ്.
സാർ ജസ്റ്റ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ വാട്സാപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഒരു മെസ്സേജ് ഇട്ടോ സാർ. ഇട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യും. ഓൾ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് മസ്റ്റ് ജോയിൻ ദ മീറ്റ് ബൈ 9 എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ അവർ വന്നോളൂ. അവർ കുറെ ടീമുകളുണ്ടല്ലോ സാർ, അപ്പൊ തന്നെ അത്യാവശ്യം പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് കിട്ടും.
6 പേര് ഞാൻ ഇടാം. ഇന്റേണൽ ഹാക്ക്. Sir, what is
അത് ഞാൻ അയച്ചു കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് സാർ.
Okay. All of you please join by 8:30 sharp. പോരെ?
സാർ 8:30 8:45 ആയാലും പോരെ സാർ? നമുക്ക് പരിപാടി 9 മണിക്കല്ലേ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ. ഈ ടോക്ക് അതിനുള്ളിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്താൽ പോരെ?
Okay, join by 8:40 അടിക്കാം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഉമ്മാരൊക്കെ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യണ്ടേ?
അതെ സാർ, അതും ശരിയാണ്.
8:40 sharp. Or before. പോരെ?
മതി സാർ. സാർ, ഈ പിള്ളേർക്കൊക്കെ ഇന്ന് അറ്റൻഡൻസ് കിട്ടൂലേ? പിള്ളേർ എനിക്ക് മെസ്സേജ് അയക്കുന്നുണ്ട് അറ്റൻഡൻസ്
നമ്മൾ ഇത് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കും.
ആ,
നമ്മൾ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കും, പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കും. അത് മതിയല്ലോ. അതാണ് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക. പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കും, അത് വെച്ച് അവര് എന്താ ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ, HOD-മാർക്ക് കൊടുക്കും, കുഴപ്പമൊന്നുമില്ല. ടൈമിങ്ങിന്റെ പ്രശ്നമാണ് ഭയങ്കര. അവിടെ രാത്രിയാ.
12 hours ഡിഫറൻസ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
ഉണ്ട്. ഇതിന്റെ സ്ക്രീൻ സെറ്റിംഗ് സെറ്റിംഗ്സിലുണ്ടാവും അല്ലേ? നോക്കട്ടെ.
സാറ് വീട്ടിൽ നിന്നാണോ അതോ അവിടെ കോളേജ് വന്നോ?
ഞാൻ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്നാ.
എന്റെ സാർ,
ഞാൻ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്നാ. മറ്റൊന്നുമില്ലല്ലോ. എന്റെ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് മാറിയോ?
സാർ ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ്. സാറിന്റെ അത് എനിക്കൊന്നും കാണുന്നില്ലല്ലോ സാർ.
എന്നെ കാണാവോ?
ഞാനൊന്ന് ഷെയറിങ് സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്തോട്ടെ, ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് സാർ. സാറിന്റെ ഒന്നും കാണുന്നില്ല സാർ. ബ്ലാക്ക് സ്ക്രീനാണ്. ഇപ്പോഴും സാർ എനിക്ക് ബ്ലാക്ക് സ്ക്രീൻ ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ കാണുന്നു.
പണിയായോ? സെറ്റിംഗ്സിൽ പോയി പണിയാ. അല്ല, ഒരു പണിയാ. ഓക്കെ, സെറ്റിംഗ്സിൽ അത് കിടക്കട്ടെ. ഞാൻ ഒന്ന് ലീവ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് കയറാം.
ഓക്കെ സാർ.
Yes. Arun.
Sir. Sir.
അതെ, വീഡിയോ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു, ബാക്കി കുഴപ്പമൊന്നുമില്ല.
സാറിന്റെ അത് ഇടയ്ക്കൊന്ന് ഹാങ് ആവുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
മെഷീൻ്റെ ആണോ? അടുത്ത മെഷീൻ കൂടെ ഓൺ ചെയ്ത് റെഡിയാക്കി വെക്കാം. അതായിരിക്കും ബുദ്ധി. എന്ത് ചെയ്യും നോക്കാം. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ ശരിയാക്കാം.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
കേൾക്കാം.
ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് ഒരു ടീമിന്റെ പേര് മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, സ്നേഹ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ടീമിന്റെ. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ പുതിയ സ്ലൈഡ് അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യോ?
കിട്ടി. അവര് ടീം പേര് എഴുതിയപ്പോ തെറ്റിപ്പോയായിരുന്നു.
അപ്പൊ അതിപ്പോ ക്രിയേറ്റേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഞാനത് തിരുത്തിട്ട് അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
നിത്യ വിളിച്ചേ. എങ്ങനെ അത് പറയാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. പ്രിൻസിപ്പളാണ് ഇനാഗുറേഷൻ, VC വരില്ല. കാര്യം അവിടെ ഇന്ന് ശിവൻകുട്ടി വരിക. നിത്യായിരുന്നു അവിടെ ഇരുന്നതല്ലേ, എനിക്ക് അത്ര പിടുത്തം കിട്ടിയില്ല. ഞാനിപ്പോ ചോദിക്കാൻ ജയകൃഷ്ണൻ സാറിനോട്, എന്നിട്ട് ഞാനിപ്പോ ഫോർവേഡ് ചെയ്തുതരാം. സുദീപിന്റെ എടുത്തോ? പിന്നെ ബിജോയ് സാറിന്റെ അതുകൂടി ഒന്ന് നോക്കാമോ? ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇത് ഫോർവേഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, റെസ്യൂം ഫോർവേഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജയകൃഷ്ണനെ ഞാനിപ്പം തരാം, ഞാൻ മെസ്സേജ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഉണ്ട്. ശരി ശരി. Good morning, one and all. Yeah, good morning. Okay.
Good morning,
See,
sir.
we are start. Yeah, good morning. I am getting the feedback. Okay. Thank you. I think I am audible also. Yeah, and you can see the screen, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And in that, yeah, everything, today's schedule, everything is mentioned in the screen. And shortly, our invited speaker, Ansible Dr. Professor Dr. Ansible Prabhakar will join. Okay. Anyway, we can wait for her to join. Okay.
Shelby, I already joined. Good morning.
Sorry, good morning, Ansible, good morning. Good morning, Ansible. Just 1-2 minutes, okay.
Oh, yeah, I can wait.
What is that? What is that? Give me that.
Ansible, I got some problem with my video. Okay, I switch off my video. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyway, we will start by sharp 9 o'clock.
Good morning, one and all present here. Today we gather for SIH Internal Hackathon 2022 conducted by School of Engineering CUSAT. Good morning, one and all present here. Today, we gather for SIH Internal Hackathon 2022, conducted by School of Engineering CUSAT. SIH Smart India Hackathon 2022 is a nationwide initiative to provide students a platform to solve some of the pressing problems we face in our daily lives, and thus inculcate a culture of product innovation and a mindset of problem solving. Smart automation, fitness and sports, heritage and culture, biotech, health tech, clean and green technology, sustainable energy are some of the prominent themes of Smart India Hackathon. Today's internal hackathon will give us an opportunity to dive into innovation, skill enhancement, and crowdsourced solution. So let's start and hit the nail. I would like to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Anu Sibal Prabhakar, and professor in School of Information Technology at the University of Cincinnati, OH, USA. She has completed her BTech in Tripoli from the year 1986 to 1990, and she has 2 MS degrees in computer science and informatics. She has done her PhD in informatics on human computer interaction and design from Ludi School of Informatics, Computer and Engineering at Indian University. She has received the Best Paper and Honorable Mention Awards in top ACM, HIC conferences. She is currently a commissioner of the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology. We are highly privileged to have her as our speaker of today's program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And let me share my screen, my presentation. Just a minute. All right. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start. So thank you so much for inviting me to your hackathon inauguration session. And good morning to everybody. For me, it's almost, I guess, 10:30 p.m. So I need to start with an apology. I didn't get a lot of time to prepare, but I'm hoping that I can talk about, I can introduce some topics and inspire you to kind of come into the innovation culture, in wherever you are. So my name is Anu Prabhakar. I'm a faculty in the School of IT. And so today I'm going to talk about building innovation culture. And of course, hackathon can be one means for that. So once again, thank you so much. Just to get an idea of the audience, is this more undergraduate students or graduate students? Anybody, if we can put in the chat, or it would be helpful just to know the audience. Is it more undergraduate students?
Yes, madam. Mostly it is undergraduate.
Okay, okay, thank you, thank you. So I just wanted to give you some information about me. As was said, I finished my BTech in electrical and electronics engineering from College of Engineering, Trivandrum. After that, I worked at IHRD Trivandrum for a couple of years as a research associate, but we didn't do much research. Then I came to US to do a master's in computer science. And at that time, I did some research. I was involved with developing, kind of a data collection and sending it into a neural network where we can predict the health of a plasma torch system, which is a high temperature system for burning really toxic waste from Department of Defense and energy projects. Then after my master's, I joined Health Alliance of Cincinnati, which is a hospital system with multiple hospitals. And it was an interesting time, a Y2K time. So we had to kind of change different systems and create, new programs. Basically, it's called interface programming, but it's not the graphical user interface. It's about interfacing different, systems within multiple, hospitals, say like, registration system or the ordering system, things like that. Then I got a lucky break and I joined University of Cincinnati. They were starting the bachelor's degree in information technology, which is a very applied program. So, my industry background and the education was really helpful at that time. Later, I did my master's in informatics and also PhD in informatics from Indiana University in Bloomington. So that's my background. So let's talk about innovation, because my topic is, building innovation culture. So whenever we hear the word innovation, we all have some idea, or we think we know what innovation is. So basically we would think about, you need some ideas, and sometimes having a big vision for some changes in the society or in the processes. You might think about big vision is involved. And of course, motivation. For many people, motivation can be serving the society or making money or making name or fame. Motivation can be many things. Imagination is very important. You have to imagine things that are not existing or the processes that are, not yet there. So another thing about innovation is, you should be able to analyze data and infer, insights so that you can design something that can serve the society or, whatever you want to accomplish through that innovation. So one of the main aspect of innovation is thinking outside the box. If you just go with the flow, and if you are not thinking about sometimes crazy things, in innovation and creativity, imagination and thinking about things that you cannot even imagine are possible. Think about maybe like 30, 40 years ago, I would have never thought, sitting in US, thousands of miles away, I could talk to this many people. So innovation happens because, there are ecologies that nourishes that kind of outside the box thinking. I will come to that in a minute. So of course, you need inspiration. Inspiration can be many things, and we can talk about it later. So, so one thing that you have to understand is that innovation doesn't happen in vacuum. Innovation needs a lot of things coming together. It's just like one-time thing, somebody, out of the blue figuring something out. Innovation usually happens in an ecosystem. Some people even say that innovation is an ecosystem. An ecosystem that, facilitate innovation. But in that ecosystem will be in a culture, or should be in a culture that builds and nourishes that ecosystem so that innovation can happen. So innovation doesn't simply happen. It needs an ecosystem of different things that I will talk about. And the main thing is the culture. So that's why that terminology, innovation culture, is very important. So innovation usually happens in an ecosystem supported by a culture. So a culture that cultivates and nourishes the ecosystem for innovation. So that is the big picture that you have to see. Innovation is not one-time thing, and it just doesn't happen. It needs an ecosystem. An ecosystem doesn't exist if it is supported by the culture. Culture means many things, and we will talk about in a minute. If you have any question, you can ask me, but let me continue. When you think about culture, okay, innovation, it's many things. It's imagination, it's thinking outside the box, it's inspiration, having that ecology and things like that. But what about culture? Where does that culture is important, and where does it happen? So there are 4 levels of innovation culture. So that is something that we have to think about when you are trying to create an ecosystem, and that culture where you can have innovation happen, and creativity can live. So the first is individual. So the individual can be a creative person and come up with the innovations. Then the natural progression would be a team made up of individuals. And suppose an individual with a lot of creativity joins a team that doesn't support creativity or criticize it, or our aversion to innovation doesn't happen. So within the team, we have to have a culture of innovation. Then in an organization that has lots of team, there also you need to have a culture where the risk can be taken, and the organization supports the team and the individual, so that their creativity and innovation can happen. So then, of course, society. You can get inspiration from society, but we are talking about the culture. When you talk about society, there are so many things within that, especially a society that values laws and ethics of innovation. So let's talk about what happens, how the culture of an individual, we are talking about innovation culture. So the culture of an individual, how innovation happens there. So an individual is a fundamental unit of innovation. So it starts with creativity of an individual. Can anybody kind of tell me an individual or like innovation that happens through the creativity of an individual? You can think of anything, anybody? You can put it in the chat or let me see. I can give you example, but it will be better if you can think about an individual who has creativity and who did a lot of innovation. We can give a lot of examples. If you think about all the systems and all the gadgets you are using, you can think of so many people. Okay, let's think about Steve Jobs. Okay, he was an innovator, an individual innovator who had, so many different things came together, and he had creativity too. So his big thing was, the user interface. There were like a lot of system at that times, but the iPod, that kind of changed the whole interaction for, handheld devices, different innovation. So for him, what happened was, he didn't like some of the classes that he was taking. So he went into another class where they were talking about, different types of phones and things like that. So he was interested in that type of work. So, so the creativity can be innate. There are people who are like really creative, lucky for them, but there are research that shows that skills, it is a skill that can be taught. You can teach people to be creative and then, drive innovation. So what we have to think about in the individual level, the innovation culture, there should be opportunities for individuals to be creative and take risks and things like that. So this is the first step, an individual being creative and being able to, innovate. So a culture that teaches and encourages people how to be innovative, that's what happens in schools and colleges. Actually, in the hackathon today, all the students who are participating, you are innovating, you are thinking about, you're being creative to find solutions. So that is that individual level in terms of creativity. So let's talk about the team. So if you are a creative person or you want to come up with solutions, but if you are in a team where your ideas are not welcome, then innovation cannot happen. Okay, so that's why the culture, innovation culture, the culture of the team should be where, different viewpoints are, welcome and willing to take risk. And it is important to have diversified group. When we talk about, diverse group, it's not diverse in terms of genders or say regions or anything like that. It can be, backgrounds and experiences, in different industry or maybe in different, different technology. So if everybody is thinking the same and doing the same and are expert in the same area, innovation cannot happen. So different points of view can always kind of, cultivate or, make this innovation happen, or people think out of the box. There are so many stories where people thought about crazy ideas and, it turned out to be big innovation or innovation of product or process. For example, the person who is the founder of FedEx, and while he was studying at Yale, he put that idea in one of his projects to have this, overnight delivery, and, he got a C. And professor didn't think that, it's not, it is any good. But, he had different idea, and he was thinking outside the box, not like, depending on postal services and things like that. So another thing with team is, the leadership structure is kind of flat. Okay. If one person say that, I know everything, I know, suppose we are you are doing a product design, maybe software design or anything, or process design. If there is somebody who says, I know everything, that won't work, because that will kind of crushes the creativity of the whole process. Maybe in the beginning, a user experience researcher or maybe taking the lead role because they are the expert in that region. Then the expert may be a designer who would take whatever the user experience person created, maybe some design criteria, and then design something. And then it may be the developer who would be in charge, and then it goes like that. So the team that can have that kind of leadership spread across, where based on the expertise, based on, at one point, who have the most talents to offer to make this process or the product better, that is a culture that needs for innovation. So of course, when it comes to organization, the organizations are made up of different teams. For example, CUSAT, you have different departments, different centers and things like that. So there are those kind of teams, that will make up the organization, and also how the culture of innovation can be incorporated. So usually it is related to the culture related to institution or the corporate culture. Okay. Organizational structure should be something that welcome innovation. There are many aspects to it. Support from management, resources, and sometimes moral support. So the organizational level, you should have that openness and allowing creativity, letting people to take risk. It is very important. And ready to accept failure. Being scared about failure, that is a big obstacle to innovation. Think about so many people, who failed in so many things. Take the example of, Elon Musk. He didn't get a job in Escape. And when he first started the PayPal, I think it was voted the worst, business product at that year. And of course, the SpaceX was almost bankrupt, and Tesla, he was about to, shut down. So the failure, you need to accept failure. Otherwise, you won't innovate, because through failure, sometimes you would know what not to do, and then you can go forward. So one less reason to fail. So accepting failure is a really important step in innovation. Otherwise, if you're scared of something failing or losing money, that is a big problem in terms of the innovation. So leaders need to take risk and embrace failures. That is very important for innovation culture. So in society level, it is very important to have laws and ethics. You cannot simply go and conduct research on people. In the US, there were like a lot of terrible things happened in the name of research, like, using prisoners to test, terrible, medicine, there is a really bad history of, misusing people in the name of research and, research and innovation. So laws and ethics are really important to have a society or a culture in a society that would, enable innovation. Okay. So, and the people, they have to know about the society. There is a quote that says that the societies that doesn't study itself won't progress. It is really important that, you understand your society and what are the problems it's facing so you can innovate. So when you think about innovation culture, we have to take care of, or we need to pay attention to all 4 levels of innovation. So individuals, you have to give individuals the freedom to fail, the freedom to take risk, and teams, the same way the teams should have the ability or welcome all these crazy ideas and without any judgment. An organization should have resources, moral support for these different teams to have this innovation. And the society should provide money, governments can have, money and things like that for supporting that innovation. So there is one driving force that creates, the research, the culture, the innovation culture in all these levels, which is research. So think about this hackathon. Okay, hackathon is, it's a combining hack and marathon. Hacking a problem, not, hacking into somebody's computer system or anything like that. So you can think of this as a kind of a culture in many different levels. Like individuals, you all have your own, different skills and creativity that you will bring. And with the team, you are, forming the teams. And, your organization, your university is behind that. And then, there are some rules and regulations that the whole, the organizers, the society, or the bigger, ecology supporting it. One problem with that is, it's only kind of the one-time thing. It's not a culture. It is an event, not something that goes on every day, which is, nourished every day. It is a kind of an ecosystem, one-time event, which is very good for, creating networks and things like that, which is very good. But research drives innovation. So I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about how that is happening in many societies that innovates, that are driving, innovation and having, or producing different products and processes. So if you have any questions, I can answer, but I would, oh my goodness, I didn't check the chat. I see some examples of, like innovators and things like that. Thank you for putting that. And Sharon put Elon Musk, whom I was talking about anyway. That's very good. Thank you. All right. So if you have any question, you can put that any time. So let's talk about research. All right. So do you do research in your undergraduate study? I'm just curious. Anybody, you can say yes or no, or maybe sometimes. Do you do research in your undergraduate study? I don't see anybody. Yes. You do that?
Yes.
Little bit. So anyway, I will ask the question and I will answer the question. What is research? According to the dictionary, it is a studious inquiry or examination, especially investigation or experimentation aimed at discovery and interpretation. And in the verb form, it says to search or investigate exhaustively. So that is research. So in my view, we all are researchers. Okay, we research so many things, in the morning you research, here, of course, I live in kind of a colder place too, like what is the temperature? Should I wear a jacket? Or if you want to buy a mobile phone, you will be doing research. Or if you want to, get into a college, you do research. Or, compare, if you want to go, book a flight ticket, you research. So we all do research. But there is a difference in academic research. Of course, it's called scholarly research. And the difference is that, we all do everyday research for us to survive. But in academic research, it's a systematic investigation, and usually conceptual questions, theoretically focused. And of course, when you do research, those are made public. I tell my students, if you do research and if you don't publish, it's just like you didn't do that, because, you are adding to the body of knowledge. If people who say like find out different things, things that we learn in our engineering books, if they didn't publish, you wouldn't know that. So when you do research, you have to publish it, otherwise nobody will know about it. So that is the academic research part. So it was interesting when I came here. Oh, anybody knows who that is? Anybody knows who that is? It may be difficult. Somebody teaching in a college. So one thing that I found when I came to study here is that when I read the books and things like that, many of the things, the companies they are talking about are like in next door. Okay. I know this, the place, so things looked like, so close to me, very many innovations. So this is Neil Armstrong. Of course, you all know Neil Armstrong. He actually taught at the University of Cincinnati after the moon landing from 91 to 97. And he lived maybe 3 miles from my house. And he died a couple of years ago. Think about Albert Sabin. He came from Poland, but he invented polio vaccine, and he was working in children's hospital here, like very next to my university. Okay. And Wright brothers, they are from Ohio, like 45 minutes from here. And this is this company, NCR company, they came up with the first, the point of sale system, the cashier system. It's in Ohio. And then James Spangler, he's the one who, invented or this, made, the vacuum cleaner, the Hoover vacuum cleaner. So what I'm saying is here, innovation is part of the culture and society. The people around here do innovations. So for example, the Kerala state population, 35.8 million, and Ohio state, what I'm talking about here is, maybe 1/3, 11.78 million. Indian population is 1.4 billion, and USA population is 331 million. So it's not that, we don't have people. It's not that we don't have brain power. Look at, all the CIOs or CEOs of, Microsoft or, all these companies, Indians, but the difference is that, when we come here, the main difference is the research, the culture of innovation. You can make mistakes. You can fail in your experiments or your research, still that is valuable. So, so as I said, when I read about things in my textbook that I'm learning, these people and these places are so close to me. So that was a really, interesting experience. So in all of this, all these innovations are driven by university research. So that is one thing that, we have to kind of understand the power of universities and how they are the engines of innovation. So research drives innovation. Think about something that you have with you now, this laptop or the phone that I have. It's all came out of university, research. Think about the browsers or World Wide Web or, anything that all different kinds of, medicine that we have, we use, I don't know, I'm at an age where, a lot of things can happen. So you need medicine. Where does it come from? Most probably from university research. So let me bring this here. So it says university research made your smartphone smart. It had, sound, but it looks like it cannot. So what it is saying that this touch screen, the CPU, all these different levels, everything happened in universities here. So here, the universities are the engines of, innovation. So without research, if there was a university research, this is what we used to do. I still remember, I know that you guys may not remember, but, we used to remember this. But university research made this happen. And many things that you are using today, it's all came because of university research. So in terms of research advancing society, there are so many examples. Let me, oops, that's not the one I was looking for. Maybe not. So research, okay, there it is. I think it was really, see, this is like just one university of Toronto. So like so many research that is going on that is going to help the society. If you have a problem, you approach universities and, you would get, get answers, or they will work on that issue. And then the main thing is that the research creates knowledge. Okay. If you think about the Pythagorean theorems or, Fibonacci series or, anything, everything came about because of research, So, so this is how it happens here or anywhere in a culture that cultivates and nourishes research. So research creates knowledge. It's pure and simple. If you study society, you would know that, it is what is aching it, what you can do. So you can create knowledge about anything, from your research. And with this knowledge, you can innovate. And of course, you can innovate new services, products, and things like that. And of course, they made the iPhone, making a lot of money and creating a lot of jobs. That's what happens when research creates knowledge, and that drives innovation. So think about a scenario where our universities, CUSAT, creating the next best product, where so many jobs will be there, and also, the whole society will advance. Of course, when there's a new company, more jobs and ancillary, ecosystem to support those jobs. So, so that's what's happening in societies that drives innovation. So what happens is, say universities like CET where I went, or CUSAT, what happens is we all are good at transferring knowledge, okay, teaching, which is very good, because that is what we needed maybe like 50 years ago, or maybe like 100 years ago, because we need to have a society or people who could build bridges and houses and, treat people. So all this knowledge created elsewhere, we were consuming that, okay? We are kind of a society, or maybe a school or an institute that consume knowledge, okay? So the issue there is we are not very good at creating knowledge. The next best thing, the next way of treating something, the next way of, the best way of building something or anything. There are so many issues in Kerala society. Things are the same from 50 years or 100 years. But if you research our society, you can, build knowledge on what is ailing it, or how you can, improve our society. Simple example, sometimes I used to take, bus when I was in CET, not the college bus, but the city bus when I went to visit my uncle who was there. So, it was always full, sometimes it goes and, I'll be late for class and things like that. And it has been going on forever, right? But if you have an innovation mind, a research mind, you can study, how many people at one time, say from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. have to get to somewhere, are in the, in the bus stop, and how many buses it takes to, seat them, and then not to have all these. And of course, in, girls know that, in this crowded buses, all these, all these problems happening. So, that is a simple thing that we can do to kind of optimizing, but we are optimizing processes and things in many companies, from, those who graduated from CET or CUSAT, they will go and do a very large optimization problem, but we are not applying that knowledge in our own society. Here I will see, sometimes I drive to my office, I'll see some students, have tents and, with the, like a sheet and book and pencil. They were watching the traffic. They're watching the traffic. They are doing research to know, just maybe sometimes, controlling the, length of, red light they have to do, and what time it should be optimized, or, things like, or whether they have to start a new bus, things like that. Usually when there's a new community or new apartment complex come in, they do this study so that the city would know that, they have to have a new bus, because the number of, people, especially this happens in college towns here. So what I'm saying is, we are so good at consuming knowledge, but we are not creating knowledge. And the problem is, when we don't study our society, what is needed for our society, based on our culture, of course, we have to get things from other cultures, which is all fine. But the problem is that we are not advancing our own society. And, recently I hear a lot of, suicide issues, many, young kids do it, dying by suicide. You can do a research on, what causes it, or, how to recognize it early and, predict it. There are so many things that you can think about, where you can do research and help the society. So the mindset should be, we should create knowledge that is helpful to our society, that will drive, innovation so we can create services and products to improve our own society. So that is how innovation and research are highly connected. So here, think about any innovation. Everything started in university. The browser, okay, it started in the University of Illinois. All right. And, if you read about anything, it is coming from the university, medicine, communication, everything, anything about the society, you can find out, what is happening. So university research matters because it creates the foundation of major advances. And it helps educated students to be scientific leaders and innovators. Isn't that we are supposed to do in universities? You have to create next generation of innovators. So they have to be in an environment where failure is an option. One important thing that university research is important here is that is the only place where you can fail. If you do research in an organization, say in a company, and if you do if it doesn't succeed, it can be a problem. So here, the part about the society, the culture in the society level, here government funds a lot of research. NSF, National Science Foundation, National Institute for Health, they give money to, grant money, millions of dollars to faculty to educate people, many ways. And there you can fail. You don't have to succeed. Even the things that didn't work, lessons learned, you can publish. So the university culture, the fact that, private companies or, the government is providing that nourishment, that freedom, with money and everything, so that the university can be the center of innovation through research. So, just to talk about a couple of things, innovative mindset, you need to have empathy so that you can find out what is ailing the society. You need to have empathy towards, your teammates, collaboration, failure, definitely an option. You need to have courage, agility, and non-judgment. That is very important. In brainstorming, there is a saying that says you have to defer judgment. When people say some crazy things, which can be, and, is a reason for innovation, you would think that, that's crazy, but, there may be something. So cooperation, but, not competition. So some of those things. So failure, success is all about going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. So you need to have that environment where students can fail, the teams can fail, but learn from that. So that is a cultural change that we have to have. So, I have this Elon Musk saying that failure is an option here. If things are not failing, you are not innovating. If you fail once, that means one less, one less chance to fail. You are kind of close to your success. So that, attitude towards failure, we have to change. So innovation happens when people are free to think, experiment, and speculate. So that is the kind of environment that we have to develop in our society in Kerala, in all the universities in Kerala, all the departments in, the universities, and all the students in those departments. So the big challenge, I'm just putting it out there for your university, would be for students to think about, for everybody to think about, how might you can build an innovation culture, okay? How might you can build an innovation culture? How can you make individual students to, do research and be an innovator? How can you include research into your, courses? Research that can contribute to the society, something that is ailing, something that you see seeing many times here, innovation happens with the story of your own, person. For example, Alexander Graham Bell, he discovered telephone, right? Do you know that his mom was deaf and his wife was deaf? So he was into, that, like a, conveying, information, that voice related experiment. He also, was working in a university. And if you think about a lot of things like that, people do things that affects them. So I have students who is doing research with, many times, their sister has autism. So they are designing something to help with their daily chores to remember then, things like that. So you can find inspiration. So giving students that ability to incorporate research and freedom to fail would be good. And also among the team, not to have that competition, but collaboration. In many times I've seen that, in CET too, I work with CET now to improve their research, research clubs and things like that. So the seamless collaboration between faculty is very important. So sharing is very important. To have culture, we work with so many different faculty. It's like, networking, which is very important, collaborative research. They would, the university will ask for collaborative research, ask for community-based research and provide money. And the organization, you cannot have the innovation culture from top down. The principal or somebody cannot say that, I know everything. You need to have that organization where that the flat structure, where everybody is considered equal and everybody's voice is heard. And of course, the society, how you can influence the government to fund, more money, and then, to have these incubators for innovation. So my, vision for, say, like CUSAT in terms of innovation would be that, there'll be so many products coming out of your students and your organization. And also people from all over the world will come to you and say that, hey, this university, they are minting, like, a lot of students who are innovators. They are coming up with, a lot of products, and they are making, they are producing a lot of jobs. So that is the innovation culture, the universities in Kerala has to build. Of course, we did a great job of teaching. So that's why a lot of people come to other countries, specifically countries that has that innovation culture and do great. But we don't have that, research culture that needs to be integrated into everyday. Here, my daughters were doing research when they were in 3rd grade, with the posters and presentation and things like that. So even in the pipeline too, in our school system, that inquiring mind or that innovation needs to be incorporated. So I really would like to, wish best of luck to all the students who are participating in today's hackathon. And, you can reach out to me if you have any question, especially like, if you want to do, to study here. Now I get a lot of calls from my friends, because in my, batch, all the kids are, friends' kids are like, after finishing bachelor's, they plan to come here. Actually, there are so many students coming here from, Andhra Pradesh and, Tamil Nadu. I don't see many students from Kerala. So, I would be happy to give you some pointers if you would like to do that. And, so basically, I wish you luck. And of course, you have to take it in the spirit of innovation here, let all your wild ideas happen. And of course, you are working in teams. So having that freedom to express your ideas and, think about crazy stuff and then try to achieve it and also learn from it. Failure, you may not win it, but still you are advancing your way of thinking and knowledge and sharing and working together. It's a win anyway, even if you don't win. So I would like to thank you for giving this opportunity, especially Dr. Shelby, for inviting me to give this talk. I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take that. And if you have conversation, that's fine too. If you have any questions about this or what happens here, I'd be really happy to answer any questions. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ansible.
All right, let me stop sharing. All right. I hope you kind of learned something, maybe a point from my presentation. I wasn't sure what to talk, but I hope you may have learned something. Thank you, Dr. Shelby, for inviting. Do you have any questions, or it's time to move on?
Students, if you got any questions or any queries, you can ask. Students, may I audible?
Yeah, I can hear. You are audible.
Yeah. Okay. Students, if you got any queries or anything, you can ask.
Do you have any questions, Shelby, or okay to?
And we are running short of time, and next program is by around 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So it's kind of right on time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't practice. I just finished my, just finished the slide. So I didn't even practice or what to say. So sorry if I didn't make sense sometimes, but okay, I got a question from a student. Benefits of doing MS. My goodness, where can I start? It all depends on what you want to do, because as I said, a lot of research opportunity now, especially in engineering or, like IT, the companies are looking for people. So, it's very useful at this point to do MS, especially, international students coming from India. It's the best way to get into companies here. And, if you want to do PhD and things like that, that is also possible. So I will put my email here. So if anybody wants to contact me, I'll be happy to do that at uc.edu. You can contact me there, or, you can ask Dr. Shelby. We are friends. So, you can ask him if he can give me my contact number. So I think I should get going, and thank you so much for listening to me, and Dr. Shelby, thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you, ma'am, for an informative and encouraging session.
Thank you. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Yep.
Municipal, next we are having an inauguration ceremony. If you want, you can be there, or you can leave. That's up to you.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, yeah. Thanks a lot, and it's one of an interesting, impressive, and encouraging talk from your side. And we all are happy and to see you once again. And again, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. It's 11:30 p.m. here, so I would sign off. Okay. So and I have to teach tomorrow. So all right. Thank you again. Thank you.
And excuse me, and our Dean, Dr. K.S. Beena is here. Beena ma'am, if you want to have any queries or anything to comment, please, Beena ma'am.
Hi.
Beena ma'am, can you hear me? Your audio is off. Beena ma'am.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Beena.
Good evening for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very nice to have you in this platform. I hope students from your interactions, students get benefited by that. So hope you have created more interest in the students to have an abroad, to go abroad and continue their studies, I think. So keep in touch. Thank you so much for sparing your time at this old timing.
Yeah.
As you have, yeah, thank you.
Okay, I really appreciate your kind words. And, students, as I said, I'll be happy to talk to you, and doing research will definitely help you get the admission here. So thank you, and have a wonderful day and wonderful hackathon.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye, Shelby.
And again, Hari Murli sir and Sonal Swaraj is also here. Sir, if you want to have any queries or anything to comment or anything, you can also ask. Okay, they are from Maker Village and they are still in their own office also, and they are busy also. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye, Anu.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. See, next we are having an inaugural session. I think our principal joined, George Matthew sir. We will start the inaugurations within a few minutes. Okay.
After 15 minutes only? Dr. Shelby?
We will start. No, ma'am, we are starting as soon as our principal joined. That's all. Okay. We see our honorable VC got another function, and so he can't able to join today. And see, our education minister Vasudevan is coming today to our campus. So so it is not possible for him to join for this function today. He got around three functions. Other than this, today anyway, he accepted our invitation and ready to come, and he conveyed his all the message, best wishes, everything to this event. Okay, and as soon as our principal, Dr. George Matthew sir joined, we will start our inaugural ceremony. Okay, I will. Okay. Good morning, sir. George Matthew, sir, good morning. George Matthew, sir, good morning. Vijay, sir, good morning. Vijay, sir, good morning.
Principal has joined.
Not that it seems he joined, but he left. Some problem maybe with his connection.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah.
Okay.
There was some
Sir,
problem in the connection. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Sir, we can start the program, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Nitya.
Yes.
Starting with the inaugural program, I now invite Dr. Shelby Joseph, Coordinator of SIH and Associate Professor of Division of Information Technology, for the welcome speech and overview of the program.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cochin University, respected Principal, distinguished invited speakers and judging panel members, faculties, beloved participants and students. A very warm good morning to all. Thank you all for joining us here virtually today. I am pleased to welcome you all to this internal Smart India Hackathon 2022. School of Engineering is very proud to associate with SIH 2022 and conduct it for the students of School of Engineering. Just before we get started, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who is generously helped us make this event come together. We couldn't have done it without you. Now, let me move on to my duty on briefing the program and welcoming you all to this August event. Smart India Hackathon is a nationwide initiative to provide students with a platform to solve some of the presenting problems we face in our daily life, thus inculcating a culture of product innovation and a mindset of problem solving. There have been 4 editions of SIH conducted from 2017 to 2020. They all proved to be highly successful in promoting innovation and out-of-the-box thinking in young minds across India. This time, School of Engineering is proud to have joined hands with Smart India Hackathon 2022 in conducting an internal hackathon for the students of School of Engineering. We are happy to see the incredible response from our students for participation. It is also an acknowledgement that students see an event like this as an opportunity to push their limits beyond the academic curriculum and enhance learning. I consider it my privilege to extend a welcome to one and all gathered here. I am delighted to offer the most hospitable welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.N. Madhusudan. He was supposed to be with us today, but a last-minute official commitment has come up due to which he couldn't make it. In spite of his absence, he sends his best regards and wishes to our program. I thank him for his kind gesture. Next, I would like to extend a hearty welcome to our respected Principal of School of Engineering, Professor Dr. George Matthew, who made it a point to mark his presence in the prestigious hackathon competition. We are extremely grateful that he has agreed to inaugurate the event for us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I bid a warm welcome to our Dean of Engineering, Professor Dr. K.S. Beena, who has been with us, a beacon of inspiration to convene such events for our students. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I extend a convey welcome to Dr. Anusubal Prabhakar, Professor, School of Information Technology, University of Cincinnati, USA, who is our invited speaker for the day. She already delivered an invited talk on the topic building innovation culture, hackathons and more. We are extremely privileged to have you among us, and I welcome you, ma'am, to the event. Next, I am delighted to offer the most hospitable welcome to two extraordinary gentlemen, Mr. Arjun Sriram Verma, founder of Alcodex, and Mr. Jayakrishnan A.L., founding director of Hardware Design Labs. We are proud to have them as members of our judging panel, and I am sure their bag of experience will be of great help to our students. They have also graciously agreed to address our students, for which we are incredibly thankful. I welcome you both.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shelfie.
Yeah, thank you. My duty here would be incomplete without welcoming the assiduous professors from our university who have cordially agreed to be part of the judging panel of our hackathon. I gladly and amiably welcome Dr. Bijoy Anthony Jose, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sudeep Velayadam, Professor, Division of CS.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Santosh Kumar, MB, Associate Professor, Division of Information Technology. I welcome you all, my affable peers. Last but not least, I extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to our faculty members, all participants, and those who have joined here. Welcome everyone. So that marks the end of my duty. I wish you all a wonderful time here and all the best to the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request our Honorable Dr. George Matthew, Principal SOE, for the inaugural address.
Dr. K.S. Beena, Dean Faculty of Engineering. I hope I am audible. Hello?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. So, Dr. K.S. Beena, Dean Faculty of Engineering. Dr. Shelby Joseph, Coordinator for this SIH 2022. Dr. Annu Sibi Prabhakaran, invited speaker for this event. Sri Arjun Sriram Verma, Mr. Jayakrishnan, Ms. Nitya Gopinath, other faculty colleagues and participants, a very warm good morning to one and all. As you are, all of us are aware that the hackathon is one of the important activity to come together to have a brainstorming section or to think about a topic and then work on that within the specified or limited time and to come out with a solution. So it's a teamwork. As you could see that there are a lot of hackathon that is happening in every campus, and this particular hackathon, as it was mentioned by Dr. Shelby, this is the fourth of its kind happening in this season. And for the past 2 years, we could not participate because of the corona issues, etc. Now it is this hackathon has been envisaged to have or to develop various aspects in our country that is in niche, in their niche, and accordingly themes were selected, and this is happening across all IICT approved institutions. So in this aspect, first of all, I thank Dr. Shelby Joseph for wholeheartedly accepting this assignment. And I understand that he has taken this in a very well manner and very planned properly. He has the team, there are many team who have joined for internal hackathon. And there are judging panel experts from various aspects. And first of all, let me congratulate Dr. Shelby Joseph for bringing this hackathon in this shape. And I hope that this will be a great success, and I wish all the best to the participants as well. So with this few words, I declare that this SIH 2022 has been inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Dr. K.S. Bina, Dean Faculty of Engineering, to say a few words of encouragement.
Respected Principal, Dr. Josh Matthew, our guests, Mr. Arjun Sriram and Mr. Jayakrishnan, the coordinators, Dr. Shelby Joseph and Srimati Nitya Gopinath, my colleague faculties and friends, and my dear students, a warm good morning to you and all. Indeed, I am very happy to share this platform for the inauguration of the institutional level program of SIH 2022. And I wish to congratulate Dr. Shelby for taking this responsibility of coordinating the program. We know that the Smart India Hackathon is a national initiative which started in 2017, and now it has become a national culture. It provides the students with a platform to solve some of the pressing problems we face in our daily life, since we always look for innovative ideas to the younger minds, that is our student community. This inculcates a mindset of the problem solving, promote innovation, and say out of the box thinking in young minds, especially the engineering students across the nation. These hackathons stimulate the students to think big, think innovative, and arrive at a solution for the challenges of the industry, as well as social and technical development of nation through these young minds, young individuals. Dear students, now you are exposed to more than 500 challenging problems from various corners of the world with the concept that no problem is too big or no idea is too small. Smart education, renewable sustainable energy, blockchain and cybersecurity, disaster management, robotics and drones, clean and green environment, smart automation and smart vehicles, tourism, sports, health, heritage and culture, a lot of domains you can think of. What kind of innovative solutions you can propose for these daunting problems? So you have to have a brainstorming thought. What you are having today is only the first step in this endeavor, the first elimination round. You have to go a long way to reach the goal of SIH 2022. Still, I wish to congratulate each participating team for putting the first step in this direction. You have to identify the problems which will really create an impact in the society, and also at the same time, you are passionate in chasing the solution for it. Then convey your idea or innovation in a so convincing and crispy manner is also very important. Hence, I wish each and every team best of luck for being shortlisting by this institute as well as in the national level. Once you are shortlisted at the national level, I understand that you will be exposed to ample opportunities in many facets. When our students compete with a national level hackathon with other competitors, as an institute, we have an additional branding value. I am sure our students will come out in flying colors, and wish you all success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Mr. Arjun Sriram Verma, founder L-Codex, for few words of motivation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, yeah. Thank you all for inviting me for this event. Yeah. So getting into entrepreneurship is a long journey. So long journey in the sense there's likely to be a lot of challenges, a lot of innovations that would come out of challenges. But then it is a very what do you say, happy and painful journey. But if you are ready to enjoy it, then you'll live with it. So I wish every team here the very best, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Jay Krishnan, HW Design Labs, for few words of encouragement.
Respected senior delegates and Vice Chancellor, Principal, and all the participants. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this as a jury member. Looking at this Smart India Hackathon, it's a great pleasure, and we definitely would like to encourage each participants. And we know there are huge opportunities in India coming up. And as part of this indigenization and also technology development in business landscape, all the new generation candidates like these startups who are participating in this have a definitely a great scope and possibilities. And I am looking forward for going through the presentations henceforth. So wish you all very best, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. I request Mrs. Nitya Gopinath, Joint Coordinator of SIH and Assistant Professor SOE CUSAT, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sonal. So good morning, one and all virtually present here. So it gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for the event. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our principal, Professor Dr. George Matthew, for inaugurating this function. Next, I would like to thank Dr. K.S. Beena, Dean Faculty of Engineering, for felicitating in this event. Next, I would like to thank all the panel members, Mr. Arjun Shriram, founder Alcodex, then Mr. Jayakrishnan, HW Design Labs, Dr. Bijoy Anthony Jose, Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Applications, Dr. Sudhir Beladam, Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science, SOE CUSAT, Dr. Santosh Kumar, as SOE CUSAT, for accepting our invitation to be the panel members in the judging panel. And I would like to thank all the participants who actually come forward enthusiastically for participating in this hackathon. Best wishes for all of the team members. Next, I would like to thank my joint coordinator, Mr. Arun M.O., Assistant Professor in the Division of Computer Science, SOE CUSAT, for his wholehearted support. Also, I would like to thank our coordinator, Dr. Shelby Joseph, for guiding us throughout in the event. And thank one and all the other members, participants who is present here. So thank you all, and best of luck for all the members.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will begin with the presentation in 5 minutes.
Okay, team members, please ready with your things and all. Nitya, please
Yes,
call which team number 1.
Yes. So first of all, I just want to tell one thing, that each team will be provided with 20 minutes, as we have already given in the instructions. So after 15 minutes, you will get a notification bell. So that means you have to stop in another 5 minutes. So please keep a note on that. Okay. And after the presentation, it will be open for Q&A. And as soon as one team is over, the second team has to be ready for the presentation. Actually, Arun sir, can you please share the screen with the team details, team 1, team 2?
Yes, ma'am, I'll do it. One second.
The order of presentation will be shared with you.
It's already shared. Nitya, it is already shared. So we can start with the team number 1. See, we are running short of time. That's all.
Okay.
We can start with the team number 1. Who is the team leader for team number 1? Announce it.
Sunit. Hello, Sunit.
Yes, ma'am. I'll present.
Yes.
Yes. Start. Jayakrishnan sir. Yeah, Vijay sir, all the panel judges are ready.
Yeah.
Evaluation sheet is already shared, please. Note.
Okay,
Yes,
we'll start the event. Yeah, Arjun sir, Jayakrishnan sir, Santosh sir, Sudeep sir, Biju sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. The team name is Ballista. So, Sunit, please share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. I'll join to the laptop. One second.
See, all the team, please be ready with laptops, okay? Second team is Hackaholics. Sandesh, be ready, okay, for the presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, visible. Screen is visible and you are audible, so you can start.
Yes, sir. Our idea is called Trebuchet AirVR. So, like the main features of AirVR is that we are making a augmented reality device that can be used to try out shoes and other footwear articles. Like there will be a box and it will contain 3 cameras. We'll use those three cameras to create a 3D view of the object placed in it, and we will measure actual distances from that 3D view and use that to try out accessories like clothes or shoes on that 3D model. And but once the user tries out something on the 3D model, the user can be sure that it will fit him or her perfectly. So that's the basic overview of idea. So we are working on creating it. Like we already have started with some small steps on working it. And what we are going to do in the hackathon is that we will redesign the actual algorithm. Currently, it is a dummy algorithm. For we are taking a 3D model and we are trying to test that with using a 3D model. But during the hackathon, we will actually create the original algorithm, and we will create a removed AI thing like an AI to remove the background and all the unwanted pixels, and also create a mode called multiple shoes mode, where a user can try out multiple articles at the same time. And also we will make it completely standalone so that it can be placed at shops and stuff like that at point needed. And the expense that we have currently calculated for the project is like we have to buy an FPGA and 4 frame cameras. This is once we build that product, and when we are going to sell that, this is the expected expense that we are calculated. And then after the hackathon, our future plans are to collect more shoe models and do some market research and make this an actual product and do mass production. So that's basically our idea. So to brief it up, our idea is a box in which the user can place his or her foot, and it will create a 3D model of their leg, and using that 3D model, it will try out all the shoes available in a particular store, and they can select the best shoe that matches them without actually physically trying them out, but also with the comfort that the shoes will actually fit them. Like it's like there already exist augmented reality technologies that the users can try out articles of in Amazon and things like that. But the difference in our technology is that it will actually take the real world measurements. So if it fits in that 3D model, it will fit on the actual foot. So that's our idea.
Thank you, Sumit. Now the session is open for Q&A. Judging panel.
Hi, Sunita, Arjun here. So one quick check is you said there is likely to be a high level of accuracy in terms of the augmented reality and in terms of the reality. So what level of percentage do you see in terms of the deviation?
Okay, so from our calculations, the error will be dependent on the quality of cameras used. So with 720p cameras, we expect an error margin of about 0.5 centimeter.
Okay.
Like plus or minus 0.5 centimeter.
Okay. And the modeling algorithm is something that you plan to develop, or is it something that that you use existing libraries?
Yeah, it's an algorithm that we plan to develop. We have the algorithm, but we have to implement it in code and test it and things like that. Like we have the idea for the algorithm, but we have to actually implement and test it and check if it's actually working.
Okay. Thanks, Sumit.
Oh, thanks.
Hi, Sunit. You mentioned you're looking into the algorithm, right? So, can you name a few AR kits in the market?
Yeah, currently already we have some small games. We are already building some small games using Oculus and things like that. And also there is a product that we have built like in a year back called AR Raki. That's actually a prototype project where it was a protocol that can speed up AR based applications like using interframe compression and server side rendering. So those are the two things that we have done using AR.
Oculus will go into VR, area. I think in AR, you have like, the default AR kit of iOS and Android. Have you heard of any other libraries that, maybe you have used, maybe you have explored? Any name, something?
No, we haven't used any
used the
AR
default.
libraries. Like, yeah, we have used a library called Open Classroom, but that's not fully an AR library. It's a 3D modeling library, but we haven't used any explicit 3D AR libraries. We have created a AR protocol, but we haven't used any third-party libraries.
No, thank you.
And also in this project, we are not planning to use any AR libraries. We are like building everything from scratch.
Sunit, one question I have. So when you look at the implementation point of view, how do you plan that way in case of if it is an edge computing or some kind of a processor capabilities that is needed in the device or whatever, the way how you implement it?
Yeah, so actually how our algorithm works is that we take the take three mutually perpendicular images using three cameras. Then we place the three images on the three faces of three orthogonal faces of a cube, and then chop away all the voxels that are not part of the actual model. So at the end of the day, it is like a master sculptor building a food statue from a big block of stone. So when we actually chop away all the points in the block, what we are left with is a cloud of points. So and then we skin the cloud of points using a skinning algorithm, like a normal skinning algorithm, and then we get a 3D model. So in this whole process, the most expensive part is the creating of 3D model part. So like skinning the 3D model is the most expensive part. So what we plan to do is that only skin the 3D model once, then we can track the model using the aforementioned three cameras, and then in that case we can afford to run this model in a low power machine, since only at the beginning there will be a short spike of power needed. So
what will be the point? What will be the point a customer will think that I need this? I mean, the advantage to the customer.
Yeah, at the point when the customer, the main advantage of the shoebox is that it can enable customers to try out multiple shoes. Like let's say if a shop has 1,000 shoes, it is not actually practical for the customers to try out each and every shoe and see if it fits. But instead of that, the customer can just place his foot in the shoebox, and it will actually in the background try out the 1,000 shoes and give him the shoes that are perfect match for him. So like we define perfect match as a shoe that will fit with a wiggle room of like half a centimeter or 1 centimeter. So the user has to only try out those shoes. Then at that point, it is he only has to select the style of the shoe. He doesn't have to try out that shoe. So that's the point where we think that the customers will think it is needed. And second of all, our primary customers are not users but shoe shop owners. So we are selling to shoe shop owners or shoe manufacturers, and they will be using that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Hi, Sunit.
Sunit,
am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Appreciates your positive mind to participate in the hackathon, first of all.
Thank you, sir.
But I doubt I doubt the presentation time is 20 minutes, isn't it? It just took 3 minutes to present. Why so hurried?
Yeah, like
there are Okay, that's the suggestion, because when you have got 20 minutes, if you stop after 10 minutes or 5 minutes at least, we can agree. When a stipulated time is given, at least you try to fill that time. It's a suggestion, okay, for presentation side. Okay, anyway, I'm happy to see that you took the positive effort to participate. We really appreciate. Okay, the second part coming to technique is technology side is how you suppose you develop this AR system, how you integrate, you are planning to integrate with some e-commerce sites, isn't it?
No, sir. No, we are not actually integrating it with the e-commerce site, but instead, like the user has to be physically present at the point where the box is to try it out. So there is not actually a good incentive to integrate it with an e-commerce site. Instead, what we'll be doing is that there will be a screen along with the box, and the user, once they put the like in the box, they will see the fitting on the screen itself. So.
Okay. So in the same shop, you should have this machine, isn't it?
Yeah, in the shop, they'll have the machine.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you, all the best for the idea. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, if no further questions, we will move on to the second team.
Sandesh, please present your work.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I request my teammate Hari Murli to present the screen. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Sandesh, team leader of Hackaholics. We are freshers, first-year students, first-time students of CUSAT. The problem we had to encounter was we selected an app-based solution to identify and solve disease in plants and crops. So solution we came with is an application where farmers can upload the photographs of disease-affected plants, and the solutions may be provided by expert scientists that are linked to the app that we connect with them. Our application's name is Farmer's Friend. This enables the farmers to upload the photographs of their diseased crop, and they can connect with the scientist in the agriculture field, or so that they get an expertise solution for their problem. The key point is that the app is very, very user-friendly, that the farmers can easily post their problem, just like you post a photo in Instagram or any other social media. It's kind of similar to social media apps to make it user-friendly, and just give a description about it. We have also added features like farmers community, so that we have managed to group together the farmers all around India, so that even if a farmer encounters a problem, a disease, so that other farmers can view it, they can comment below whether they have a right solution. So that is a unique feature we are adding to this. And the second feature is that a store that is currently under progress. We have an idea to start a store for medicines and fertilizers, so that the farmer can directly order. Like in Flipkart and Amazon, we don't get these much medicines and things. So in this app we would like to start this feature that supports medicines and fertilizers totally for this agriculture purposes. Also, we have we are introducing video call and voice call features so that they can directly talk with the experts, with the scientists, and all this app in this one app, all these features in one app. And what makes this Farmer's Friend unique? The first feature is that the app is designed similar to social media apps. The farmers can use it as easy as a social media application. The next is medium for one-to-one contact with experts. In today's times, farmers have, if they have encountered a problem or disease, they have to go to the respective places, wait for a lot of hours, and still they don't have any solution. But here we are providing, just like as a normal social media app, we are providing expert solutions with a lot of features like photos, videos, video call, voice call, etc. Options for other farmers to comment on their problem so that they don't need to seek expert solution every time, because my problem might be a problem for some other farmer a few years or days back. They might have already got the solution. They can easily solve this problem. Also, we have a future view or plan to introduce a chatbot for common queries, just like is this expert or is this scientist available, what time they will be available, or some general questions related to crop and other agricultural field. Also, the store is a very unique feature that we are starting to buy medicines or fertilizers used by these experts. How to implement this app? We need the support of government here, because the app is implemented with the help of government by including the assistance of various agriculture departments of central and state governments. Their support is very much essential for this app to be successful. Also, there will be a question, because the farmers might not be aware about this app, so we need to provide awareness classes that must be given to the farmers at panchayat levels to make use of this technology to make this app a success. Also, a panel of experts or scientists is made from various departments like Indian Council of Agricultural Research. We need that facility, and the government has to implement that. We can't do anything otherwise. Also, the active participation of these experts is made sure for the easy implementation and working of this application. We need experts. Now, coming to the relevance of Farmer's Friend. Farmers can get easily expertise solution for their homes using mobile phones, just using mobile phones. The government can also earn revenue through the store provided the medicines and fertilizers. So that we are not, we are also giving an aid to the government too, to increase the revenue. This app has that basis too. Also, employment opportunity for people in software and IT fields. To maintain this app, we need IT software developers. The other relevance is that this app creates a network of farmers, government, agriculture scientists all over India. We are connecting farmers to farmer community, to government, to scientists, everything included in one app. This gives a huge impact on agriculture sector in India. Also, we can make a feeling of safety and security among farming community and can make their life easier. We know farmers, how important are farmers here, and we are not giving enough relevance to farmers. We have to give the solution. That was our basic idea here. And I would like to thank my team members for making this idea possible. Sridhar, Srideep, Rishi Kumar, Ankita Mary, and Harimurli. Thank you.
Hi, Sandesh.
Good morning, sir.
So, can you just explain about the practicality of disease identification, right? So, it requires maybe training to identify the right one. So how will you account for such things?
Yeah, that's what the basic thing is that we have to take and photograph and upload it in this community, so that if any farmer is already aware of the situation, they can help. Otherwise, we are directly connecting to the scientists and experts in the Agricultural Council of India, ICA. They can give.
You have seen, I'm not saying it is practically possible, but there is a lot of effort in automated disease identification. I don't know if you have seen that, right? So there is a lot of machine learning be used in terms of what is the disease and so on. Practically how successful it is unknown, but have you read some literature on that?
No, we haven't read details on that. We were used to basically develop this app to as a connecting link between the experts and the farmers. We are not using any artificial intelligence or machine.
Yeah, just read up on that since you are on this topic.
Okay,
it
sir.
will be interesting read for you. Thank you.
Definitely, sir.
Hi Sandesh, Arjun here. So mine is like a slightly different context. So how do you plan? Say tech side is fine, but how do you plan to commercialize it? Say you need a lot of investment in terms of capital, in terms of training folks, reaching out to government communities, entities, reaching out to farmers, doing a, say for example, if you're looking at a pan-India presence, you'll have to have a lot of investment coming in. So what is your plan in terms of getting some cash in, or what is your plan in terms of revenue? Have you thought through about that, or it's more or less like a application which the government can take and then the government can go to farmers with the application?
Yeah, basically, the role of government in this app is very, very vital, because without their support, this app is irrelevant. So the revenue we are expecting from government itself, and also we are providing the store option so that we can get revenue from those companies, fertilizer or medicine companies too.
Okay.
Hi, Sandesh, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Good morning, sir.
Are you focused usually? I personally have some works. My research scholars are working in this agricultural disease detection and all. So from my experience, I am just asking you, are you focusing on any particular type of plants? Are you planning? Like, for example, some researchers focus on coconut, some researchers focus on rice, like that. Have you thought about such a thing?
So we are not focused on crops or any specialized plants. We are just focused on connecting between the farmer and the scientist. So whatever the crop may be, whatever the disease may be, they can just click a snap and upload it so that they will get an expertise solution. We are also, in future, we will think about creating the machine learning use of technology to auto detect all these things. But currently we are not in that stage.
But thinking from the practical side, you see, because I also have investigated into many possibilities of agricultural department collaboration, etc. But as you say, when you upload a photograph to get an expert advice, etc., are a bit difficult practically. Okay, just an input I'm saying. I'm not saying like it is not practical, but there are some bottlenecks with respect to that. Just think about that. Okay, how
Yes,
to
sir, we have
have
also
the
thought about that, because
how to have the experts also in the network, etc. Might be a challenge. That's it. Okay, thank you.
So we also have a panel of experts just for this problem solving based on this app, so that every farmer make sure that every farmer gets a reply from the expert solution there.
Hi, Sandesh, just to add my 2 cents. So basically, most of the farmers, as a first step, I hope they all depend on social media already. What has been established, like WhatsApp or Facebook or WhatsApp, and maybe in the next level they will be digging into other aspects of what is the symptoms related to the soil and the climate conditions, soil chemistry, and various other factors. So when you look at the solution, it's basically an aggregation of data. So the aggregator will have the advantage of all this data and how to make use of it and to derive valuable conclusions. So who will own the business, or if it is kind of a commercial viability, when we think about commercial viability point of view, who will own this, who will set up this, who will maintain? So, and what will be the cost to the farmer? How do you think? you can brief.
So this app is, first of all, the idea is just for as a commercial liability, because farmers are the most important people we need, because they feed the whole population, that is 1.3 billion people in India. So they need to get the right kind of attention, right kind of facilities that all the other sectors have. So we are not currently focused on getting an income from this, but we will be really happy if this idea gets implemented. We don't need any ownership. We are ready to give this to the government too.
Okay, Sandeep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the third group, Q Ventures, with team leader Arjun Sandhu.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Start.
I am sharing the screen, okay?
Yeah, do it.
Good morning to everyone. Today, we team Q Ventures have come up with a solution to the problem statement to control screen time for children. In our modern era, we see that children are addicted to mobile phones and other screens, and their screen times also has become has skyrocketed. And because of this, a lot of problems can arise in them, such as obesity, sleep problems, chronic neck and back problems, depression, anxiety, and other problems. And the only proper solution that we can find to this is limiting the screen time or minimizing the screen time. And to a child who has been addicted to the screen, just depriving him of the screen is not going to do a lot of help, because he or she is going to protest and is going to not accept just the deprivation of the screen as a solution to his or her problem. So we've come up with an idea where we've developed an app where the parent can give the child a particular screen time limit, and when that limit is reached, the application gives alerts and notifications, and to get extra screen time or to continue with whatever he was doing, the parent will be assigning chores, activities, and other exercises to the child. And only after the child does these chores, the parent can check the task that he or she has done, and then only he can get extra screen time. That's what we have decided as a solution to this problem. And also we can integrate this with artificial intelligence, and after a particular amount of time, the dependence of the parent can be avoided, and the app can directly give the child tasks, and he can do it on his own. He or she can do it on his own. And we are also planning to develop this, and not just limited to children, but also to other professionals. And yeah, that's what that's the solution that we've come up to the problem statement.
Jackson, please.
Yeah, hello. Now we'll be talking about the aspects of the functioning of the application. So basically the core functioning is that the app will monitor the screen time of the child and it will analyze it. The parents will be able to set up this app, and they can provide some chores for the children to do. When the screen time reaches its maximum limit, the app will ask the children to complete the chores which have been already set by the parents. Once the child completes the chores, the parents can be able to cross-check it, and if everything is completed, bonus screen time can be given. In the further stages of this app, our team will be using machine learning and artificial intelligence for giving these tasks. And we will also be adding other components like recommending diets, tracking sleep cycles, and recommending exercises based on their age groups.
Yeah, okay. After the main functioning of this app would be like there would be a code that can monitor this amount of time the each child spends for each apps or something like that. If it is even if it is for studies, the screen time is so huge that that would become a huge problem in the future. So they will the artificial intelligence will categorize each apps and their users and such things. It will be monitored, and according to that daily routine, the daily routine of the child will be monitored properly. So the AI can after a few times of usage of this app, the code will be able to learn how the child does his daily work. So according to that, the AI will predict an algorithm, or the AI will create a certain timetable for the child, so that the AI will encourage him to follow that timetable. Thus he will get more screen time, but that would be in a balanced state, so that it won't exceed a limit set by the parent. That is the main case with the children. But this not only for children, the same thing can be applied to many sectors, many industries, for like in case of esports players, software developers, editors, graphic designers, and many more. Those people all are having this trouble of having more screen time, and thereby losing their eyesight, and many mental problems. Many things are happening due to this screen issues. So for them, the approach would be different. Like they would be only in case, let's take the example of esports players. In esports, they are the use of screen, even if it is a smartphone or a PC, the use of screen is so huge that they have to practice daily to get better in their field. For them, they would be having troubles with their managing their diets. Their hydration would be in trouble. Then many problems will be faced by them, and also they won't be able to have a proper sleep due to this tight schedule for their matches or something for in games. So for them, this AI will predict AI will create a routine, so that the AI will suggest them to drink water, have a proper diet. Like the AI will give suggestions so that they can follow those things for esports players. Similarly, for software developers and all, the company can implement this app for their employees, so that in a company, most probably the timetable set, like all the timetables set by the company would be same for all. If this app is used instead of that, each person can have a unique timetable that fits according to his needs. Otherwise, if it is a common timetable for all, they have to follow that, and thereby they will lose their productivity even by noon. So afternoon, it would be very difficult for them to cope up with the problems they face. So instead of that, if they have a proper timetable with proper they have some gaps for drinking water, or having a proper diet, and also having some recreational activities, something like that, that is recommended by this app. So their timetable can be set according to their will, I mean their daily routine, thereby making the work and their personal life equally balanced. so that this can their productivity will increase gradually. So this app can be implemented in both for children facing this issue of having more screen time, and also in industries with esports players, software developers, editors, graphic designers, etc. So that's the basic thing in this. For the machine learning and all, we will be monitoring this their daily activities, thereby creating by decreasing the error margin, we will be creating proper timetables for them. That is the main aspect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now the session is open for Q&A.
What was the team name again?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What was the team name?
Team name, it belongs to miscellaneous.
I think we are supposed to give marks, right? So which team?
No,
is
no,
this?
team name. Team name he's asking.
Team name according to that problem statement.
X-Force
Sir,
team name.
Q Vengers. Q Vengers.
Q
team name,
Vengers.
it's Q Vengers.
So have you heard of mobile iron and other things? Did you do a research in terms of, is there something similar?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
What all did you find?
We found there is apps for balancing the diets, and there is an app for even for the hydration part, and also there is an app to control the screen time, but there is nothing that contains all these together. And for these esports players and all, there is none that can manage their things. I mean, manage their schedules properly.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Arjun. So
okay.
We are aware lot many app-based solutions are already available in the market related to best parenting and also related to good education. So what makes you think that similar kind of business model or some solution is not existing in the market? What is your strong point from this angle?
Yeah, in the case of the software engineers, I mean, the professionals who use more screen time, for them, this would be the companies can implement this so that the companies can buy it from us, this ideas or the algorithms we use in this project. So they can implement them these algorithms in their systems so that each
Arjun, yeah, my question was, what makes you think that a similar solution does not exist in the market? Is it a technical challenge or any barrier for implementing due to privacy or data privacy issues? What do you think?
In case of data privacy issues, we won't be using anything like screen recording or recordings. Such things won't be used. Just the checking whether how much time the screen is being on or something like that, and which all apps are used. That's the only thing for, and that's being used for only for children. Other for older people like professionals, that won't be the case. It would be when they have to if they are willing to give their permissions only, this would be done. Otherwise the AI will just monitor the according to the details given by the user itself.
Okay, that's it. Yeah.
Hey Arjun, I have a quick question. So I saw in the tech stack they're using Mongo. So what's the purpose of Mongo here?
For storing the data we collect. Mainly for storing the data we collect.
What data?
Data about each day, how much time is being spent for the screen, for a certain app or something, and for even for managing for esports players, for managing their matches or something like that, and for professionals managing their meetings, such things.
So anything on the user side?
For users are our main use.
Anything on like which kid is using the phone, anything of that sort? Like username, user profile.
User profile is done because we have to connect this app for, if it is used for children, we have to connect this same thing with the parents' mobile or parents' system. So for that, we need a connection. For that connection also, we will be using this.
Yeah, thanks.
Moving to team 4. Team name is X-Force. Team leader Diya Ramesh K.
Team number 4.
I again announce team number 4, X-Force, Diya Ramesh K, team leader.
Go for next team if they are not coming up.
Team 5, team name creators, team leader Sneha Kumari.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone. I think our team lead is facing some technical issues.
Fine.
So I'll take over. That's it. Okay. Let me share my screen.
Volume is a bit less, I feel.
Okay, so welcome to our presentation.
Hello, excuse me. Be a little more louder.
Volume.
Be a little more louder.
Can you give me a second? Just a second. Yeah, hello.
Yes, it's better.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to be presenting our solution for the problem statement SS604 from the Department of Space and ISRO. The problem statement is a toolset for storage, browsing, and permission-based access to geospatial data using blockchain. Now I'll just give a description of the problem statement that they provided, which is ever-growing geospatial data requires secure and scalable storage for archiving data. Blockchain-based technologies can offer strong Byzantine fault tolerance and distributed data storage. However, currently there are no mature options for storing and organizing large geospatial data sets on a distributed blockchain. So now when we came across this first, we were actually reminiscent of the dilemma that we ourselves had faced while we were being blockchain developers ourselves. And the problem is that how can you store large data on a blockchain and also ensure that you have sensitive information being stored by restricting the access control to certain actors that you want to delegate rights to. So we set on finding a solution for this. Yeah, and so coming to a solution, I mean, I'll start with the problem and what problem with the current existing blockchain solutions. All these programmable blockchains we have today, starting from Ethereum, and then all these rollups and side chains, all of them are suited for storing, not suited for storing large data sets because that's how they were initially designed. So, but they offer various advantages. This includes Byzantine fault tolerance, security, like enhanced security, and no single point of failure, which is the main problem in case of centralized solutions. Now, so that's why we can't use such a public blockchain for file storage. Now, there is a decentralized file storage system, and it's called IPFS, or the Interplanetary File System. Now, it's called IPFS. Even if you're on Mars, you get the data at the same speed as you're on Earth. So that's the how IPFS works, because it's just provide this data that can be accessed by other users. And now IPFS is not exactly a blockchain, and that's the problem. It offers decentralized storage, but it still does not offer the benefits of blockchain technology, such as persistence and non-tamperability, which is awesome. So what happens is that, say you have some data that you want to store on Filecoin. So you approach them and then you say, there are various storage providers on Filecoin. And then you make a deal. It's all automated. You say, we want to store this data for this much amount of time, and we'll pay you this much amount. And if the deal is done, then you can make store the data on Filecoin network. And now this is actually a lot cheaper compared to the centralized cloud solutions like AWS G3 this year. So this actually cost actually less than $1 annually. Now, even this is insufficient because this is still public. Anyone can access this data, and that's not what ISRO wants. They want to restrict permissions. I mean, they want to have access control. They want want policy-based access to this data. And that is how we bring in encryption solutions to tackle this problem. We're using the proxy re-encryption scheme. Now, how proxy re-encryption scheme works is that you have a data provider, and they can encrypt their data and store it on Filecoin. Now, there's a proxy that that is concerned with providing access to the actors based on the access control policies designated by the provider. So when the provider encrypts the data and stores it, and let's say an actor wants to access data, the data provider can delegate rights to the actor. Now, what the proxy does is it re-encrypts this data such that it can be decrypted by the actor. Now, this is actually similar to public key encryption, but then it is a more scalable solution when you have multiple actors, and that's the significance of proxy re-encryption. Now, the advantage here is that the data provider will have complete access and control to decide the delegation rights. They can choose to provide delegation rights to whichever actor is on demand, and even choose to sever those rights when as and when required. So that's what we used: a public blockchain technology and dynamic access control with the help of proxy re-encryption, and that's how we are going to tackle this solution. So, and that's the self-explanatory diagram that we have. Now, our technology stack, we have the decentralized file storage provided by IPFS and Filecoin. We use an encryption SDK, which is provided by NewCipher. They provide solutions for storing private data on a public blockchain. And the NewCipher actually uses Polygon blockchain under its hood. Use cases, first of course, geospatial data storage as mandated by ISRO. Then additionally, we found that we can actually use this for hospital records management, A patient wants to show, an insurance company wants to gain access to a patient's health data. You can use a solution because it's private data on public blockchain, and any other kind of sensitive data can be used. So all the dependencies are all open source solutions, and that's basically like a no showstoppers or what. And that's our team. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Hi, Adil, Arjun here. So one quick question. So generally when it comes to government institutions, defense organization, this would generally pop up. So what percentage of the solution uses third-party infrastructure, be it applications, be it server infrastructure, be it any other IT infrastructure?
It's not really third party because we are having a public infrastructure that anyone can participate in. That is the essence of our solution. So even when it comes to Filecoin or IPFS or let's say even New Cipher network, all of these are decentralized and anyone can join in and participate. It's not a third party solution.
Okay. So can you like little bit elaborate, like what do you mean by public?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can you little bit elaborate?
On which part should I elaborate, please?
On the public.
Okay. So this is a blockchain in the sense you have nodes that are connected all over the world. So anyone can download this client software and then be a part of this blockchain. And even in case of BitTorrent, you have seeders and peers. So that's exactly what happens in case of IPFS. IPFS meaning the interplanetary file system. Now, the public in the sense that there's no centralized control. So you can't say that any institution or any organization is governing the process. It's just completely decentralized. And anyone can be a part of this and choose to see data in case of IPFS. And even in case of blockchain like Filecoin, you have miners. Miners are able to gain rewards out of being a part of this network and validating transactions.
Okay. So in terms of vulnerability, what you're trying to say is this is do you think this is a secure system?
Yes,
vulnerability
we
in the
actually
sense
did.
vulnerability to be like get access or either like hack the system or create loopholes, create false info.
Yeah, I understand the question. Now, coming to blockchains, no, it's you cannot do that. It's once stored, it's a non-tamperable. So we do not have to worry about on storing on a Filecoin, you get a content identifier. So if the data is tampered in any way, the content identifier would be different, and then you can say that you can easily identify that there's been a hack in here. But it's impossible to do that in case of blockchain. Now, the scheme that we use, proxy re-encryption. That's the part that concerned us initially. We did try to check some resources, but we still did not see any incidents that seem to have exposed the flaws in proxy encryption. So I think for now, proxy encryption seems like a pretty a good solution to be used. We couldn't discover any possible flaws.
Okay. Thanks.
So I have one question. Arjun, are you done? So basically, we understand this blockchain was brought up for validating the credentials of valid organizations. And one of the main challenges are that as the blockchain itself grows, the number of users or the scalability has become a challenge. And on top of that, when you think about storing data in blockchain, and in order to manage the data security, you are adding encryption. So how do you think overall it will affect the scalability?
Yeah, actually, scalability is taken care of by Filecoin. Scalability is actually one of their claims that they have put forward. So yes, scalability is a solution. I mean, is the problem that when it comes to usual blockchains, that's what I explained initially in case of Ethereum. That's why we have scaling solutions like optimistic rollups, ZK rollups, standalone chains, side chains, etc. But then when you have Filecoin, it uses IPFS under suit. Now, IPFS is just like BitTorrent. BitTorrent is, you can participate as peers and stream data. I mean, stream files. So the scalability is actually ensured by Filecoin. We don't have to worry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes, not.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, team. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm going to take up next group.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Thank you. So thank you, team, for this nice presentation. Now we go to sixth team of the day. Team name Code Z, led by team leader Naveen US. Team, please start your presentation.
Hello, good morning, I'm Naveen. Okay, so coming to our problem statement, I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, okay. Coming to our problem statement, the problem statement that we have taken up is to develop a mobile application that guides the tourists in the state of Uttarakhand. And what they have asked us to mainly focus on is the Chardham Yatra. That's the 4 pilgrimage destinations in the state of Uttarakhand. That's Kedarnath, Badrinath, Gangotri, and Yamunotri. Okay, so coming to the so the way we have tackled the problem is, so consider you are a tourist. When you want to travel somewhere, there are actually 2 phases. One is the planning phase and the traveling phase. So in our application, we have focused on both these phases. So say you're in the planning phase, you're planning a trip to Uttarakhand. The main we have actually added 2 facilities that help guides you through the planning phase. So in the planning phase, the first facility we provide is tourist packages. Say you're traveling as a group, a large group, and you don't know much about the state of Uttarakhand. So there are many local travel agencies that provide you with good packages that guides you through the whole state of Uttarakhand. So what we have done is we have included, we will be coordinating with most of these travel agencies, include their packages along with their brochures that and their costs. And we will also provide a rating and review system from the users who have their previous experiences with these travel agencies. And the second condition is, if you are an individual or you are traveling independently, you don't know where all you are going. You are planning a trip to Uttarakhand, but you don't have a proper plan. You don't know where you all have to go to visit. So we are providing a popular places to visit option that mainly includes the Chardham Yatra, all the 4 destinations along with their locations, and also all the other travel destinations that are available in the state of Uttarakhand. We also provide, okay, so once you are traveling as an individual, you also don't know where you have to stay, how you are going to travel, all those okay, places where you will have your food, all those facilities are also available once you go into popular places to visit. And you choose a particular destination, we'll show you a list of nearby hotels and travel agents and car rental and booking sites that are near these destinations that will help you go to the travel destinations. So next coming to the traveling phase, we provide 4 other facilities, and that will Gautam will continue.
So like in the vehicle, we have 2 functionalities, which is mainly vehicle renting and booking facilities. In booking facilities, we will be able to book a driver, and he will be one of our members, like one we have recruited. And in rental phase, we will be able to rent the car, and we can use it depending on our own needs. Now, how we specify it is like in the booking and rental phase, we will be providing the type of vehicle and the destination, and depending upon that, the price will be calculated, and the user will be able to book it. And the other functionality of our app is like, if we are going to, like as a tourist on reaching a place, we would surely love to taste the flavors of that location. So we'll provide a functionality of a restaurant review, so that the user will be able to make a food chart based on our reviews in our app. So he'll be able to pick up a better one. So this will be mainly based on a review and rating options and filtered by the nearby distance. So the user will be able to make a correct decision. Now coming to the other aspect is stay facility. So on reaching Uttarakhand, he will be able to book hotels, and which mainly consist of hotels, resorts, and cottages. And depending upon the rate, that person can book the hotels. Now the other important functionality is Uttarakhand, like it is one of the northernmost states of India, and it would be difficult for like other outsiders to get to know about the tradition and culture. So we'll be having local guides. So these travel guides, they will be like English speaking and Hindi speaking. So it will be comfortable for both foreigners as well as Indians. So the travel guides are offered by us, and these travel guides will be having some ratings. And so when the user tries to pick a local guide, he will be able to choose a guide based on the rating. So he can choose a guide with the best rating. So we provide the guide with the number of days and the time, and the price will be calculated, and the user can see those options, and he can book a travel guide, so that the travel will be much simpler, and he will be able to understand about that place much better. Now the other aspect is like the Chadam, which mainly consists of Kedarnath, Badrinath, Gangotri, and Yamunotri. So like we will be providing a great details about these places. And coming to Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand is a state which has its peak time from April to November. So we will be trying to come up with packages so that they will, they are able to plan these things in these months, so that the user is able to come up with much comfortable and easy and faster access to these places. And also have generates a lot of income, both for the state, which helps in its development of the state, and as well as for the app, like a small commission from the tourist packages. Then there is rental and booking facilities. Then there is a portion of money that comes from hotel bookings, then travel guide, which is provided by us. And we have the Chadam exclusive plannings. So the main aspects in our app is like we have ratings and reviews, and the user may be able to come to a conclusion or a decision based on a large opinion. So like this is what our app mainly consists of. So these are use cases which consist of travel guides, hotel bookings, restaurant reviews, vehicle rental or booking, tourist packages, and popular places to visit. So like the problems we may be facing is like initially when we come up with such an app, we need a lot of local guidance. Like we don't have ratings and reviews initially available. So we will be communicating with the people around. So we will have we will be able to plan or sort out based on that. Then also remote places may not have a proper internet connection to access our app. So we'll be providing with toll-free numbers and other things. And the other thing is like when the person comes and he sees a place, so there will be map functionalities. So popular places, if we search in our app, there will be map functionalities will be included. So directions will be provided. So all in all, what we're trying to make is like make Uttarakhand a state where it would be easier for the tourists to travel. And these are our team members.
You are using Google Maps API for this also?
Yes, like what we are trying to do is trying to come up with a Flutter app which uses Google API. Initially, we need some capital, but on the long run, like there is nothing like there is no maintenance cost as such, so it would be like financially viable as well.
Whether this app has got a customizability, like is it only can be used for Uttarakhand, or it can be tailor-made to any tourist places?
But we focus now is like just for Uttarakhand, like the problem statement was like Uttarakhand as a state. So like if we are able to come up with something brilliant for Uttarakhand, then like a large scale expansion can be done. So initially like a small scale, and then coming up and expanding things for so making that tourism can
so
be
that's a
improved in
suggestion
India,
from So that's a suggestion from my side.
Yes.
Because you can tailor make it to suit any places, such that
Yes, sir.
the text can be customized later.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you develop anyway, when you take this train, have this also in the mind.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, Naveen. So just one observation. Anytime when
Yes,
we
sir.
plan travel, especially to some pilgrim spot or any tourist, we are bombarded with a lot of choices in terms of hotels and other facilities. And the rating system has so much polluted that everywhere you are not able to come to a clear conclusion that this hotel is good or this tourist services are good. Moreover, for all these things works based on some surge pricing during the season. So this is one of the main challenge even OYO rooms has faced. You are actually aggregating several things into your app. So then definitely the challenges you will have to think about. And in the case of OYO rooms, surge pricing was one major drawback. And as a result, they also face a lot of challenges, and many hotels stop their cooperation with. So these are some of the areas that you need to think during seasonal crowd, when you target a seasonal crowd. And moreover, what is the percentage of people approximately who will depend on an app-based service? Those who visit Chardam. Have you done some study on that?
So even if right now from our college, if we are going somewhere, all we have is a few contacts. Okay, we don't have any application or anything that we can depend on. But surely, if we were provided with such a service, our students will obviously depend on that, since all based on all the previous experiences and ratings that are given, are dependent on this application would be nice and helpful for us.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Ramesh.
No questions from my side.
No questions from my side too.
Okay. Thank you, Naveen. Now, let's move to next team of the day. Decoders. A team leader, Sharon.
Hello, Aman. Okay, so I will just tell the team name once again. Decoders. Team leader is Sharon E. Rajiv.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, Sharon. Yes, good morning. Please share your screen.
I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, code is it no team vanilla code is it?
നമ്മൾ സെക്കൻഡ് കോൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. കോഡ് ഇസഡ് ആണ്
ഇതുവരെ വന്നിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
ഇല്ല, കോഡ് ഇസഡ് ആണ് ഇപ്പൊ വന്നത്. എക്സ്പോർട്സ് ആണ് വരാതെ ഇരുന്നത്. ദിയ രമേഷിന്റെ ടീം നമ്പർ 4 exports didn't make up. Then we moved to creators. Then we finished code is it. Now decoders, team number 7.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are team coders, and our problem statement is teachers from recruitment posting to entire duration of their services. We don't have a common management system for teachers. So our theme is smart education, and we saw the problem statement exclusively for Government of Maharashtra. Okay. So why a teacher management offer system? Because we all have student management system. If we take a CUSAT student taking an admission to CUSAT, we have the whole process contained in a web page. We have the notification coming up. We can create an ID and we can register, and the rest of the process is completely online, and you don't have to you're not confused as to what you're going to do next. But when a teacher applies for a job, she's in the same confusion as we are as students. So the teachers don't know like where should they apply. Like there is no common platform as to there are some written tests which all schools or colleges have vacancies. So our idea is a web portal that offers features like there are administrators, and the teachers who are applying for a job can create a ID password, and the authentication is done using Aadhaar card, and they can upload their documents, and they can individually apply to all the posts that are available. They can apply based on the qualification, whether they need PGT, TGT, or they can also apply to special schools. So such a common management system is what we thought of. So why should someone use our app is we have thought about a place where after all teachers are getting recruited and like after some amount of experience and all, we have a system where the students can rate teachers based on a Google form. We have had a form last year where we rate our teachers. So when school students were provided an opportunity to rate their teachers, the rating of the teachers can also be added to the database along with their unique ID and stuff. So the teachers, so that allows the teachers to be better. Like even though trainings and all the stuff is given to teachers, this would provide a facility where teachers try to be better. So teachers would put on more effort for students to like them. Then we plan to make the code in open source because this is a common management system. It can be extended to not only the Government of Maharashtra, it can be extended to any state or any other application. So it helps improve academic quality, and it provides a common platform to recruit teachers to government schools. Now we are basically considering government schools alone, and the recruitment will be based on the available vacancies. So the available vacancies will be put up in the site, and there will be a kind of system where when an available vacancy pops up, the registered teacher gets an email that such a vacancy is available and she can apply. So next comes the unique selling point, which Sharon will be explaining.
Before going to that, let's explain the technical stacks which are used. Can you move to our previous slide? Okay, so right now we plan to use Figma, which is a designing tool for which is commonly used for designing and brainstorming. So we currently use Figma to draw our figures and all. Then we go into the, as we said, it's a web portal. We more focus on creating a responsive design both for mobile as well as any tablet for desktop applications. So we use the most popular one as React and another design framework called Tailwind CSS for designing the front end. Due to our team special decision, we took as a Django as our backend stack, which is also another famous Python framework. Also, the database which we are going to use is a PostgreSQL, another easy to use and scalable SQL database can be hosted in the DigitalOcean cloud service. So, at, as far as now, we plan to use all these kinds of technical stack for developing our web portal. Now coming up to the selling points, which why our teacher management application stands out. So the features include a very secure encryption algorithm, so that no tampering of teacher data or any external influence over the recruitment process. So we make sure that the process is extremely secure. So then, as Amrita mentioned, we manage the teacher performance using the report, like a report from the students, the feedback from the students to enhance the quality of education. Then, as we can see, since it's available on internet, it's completely transparent for an external user, which makes it like there would be no issue of a subjectivity, right? So as we can see in our current state, we have an issue where certain priorities are given, like political priorities are given to such applications, teacher applications and stuff. So as we bring up a web portal here, it brings a transparency throughout the system. So that's the selling points why it stands out here. So, Amrita, next slide.
So the next is our user flow diagram. So in the main page, there will be the home, the available notifications, like whether any new vacancies are available. Then there will be the portal to log in. So if the registered user is not logged in, there should be a sign in. You will be a new user to register, and while registering, they'll be giving the Aadhaar number, the teacher's name, email ID, and password. Because the Aadhaar number is given because we should know that specific teacher should apply once. So then they should log in, and after logging in, they can look for vacancies and then apply. So the site will take the details such as the age, the qualification, UG, PG, PhD, and the ID. Then they can look forward to apply, and they can also look the status of whether the applied application is what is the current status of the application can be checked and logged. So they'll have an admin side where the admin decides based on the performance of a qualifying exam or based on the given criteria whether the teacher is selected or not. And also in the app they can give the payments, like if you go to the site of M Parivahan, or we have an app where we can also pay the application fee along with it. So we also plan to add that to into this, like where the teachers can pay the application fee and the necessary documents for applying to the job. So that's it, what we plan to do. It's a simple management system, but we try to integrate everything all under a common proof. So these are our team members. We all worked equally in making the flow chart and putting the ideas together. Thank you. Any questions? Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
You see, can you just tell me why you have chosen that cloud service? You see, what's the cloud service you are using?
Digital
You have
Ocean.
given the tech. What is that?
Yeah, Digital Ocean.
Yeah.
Digital
Any
Ocean.
specific
So
reason to settle for that? Because there are many other cloud service providers. Why you have chosen that?
currently, as we know that government services are hosted in their own servers. So until we have an access to it, we choose a cloud platform which is familiar to all of our team members. So as far as to deploy it and show it to the concerned authorities about the project, we plan to use the Digital Ocean, and also it comes with a free of cost service for an year, which is available for the students.
Yes.
So we can
use that. When the final product is deployed, you may have to use some professional platforms, isn't it?
Yes.
This is for the demo purpose.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Panelists? Arjun sir?
This is one suggestion. So generally, when you go to a government entity or a public enterprise, the requirement is likely to have the solution either on a on-prem server. So when you develop something, just ensure that you do like cloud agnostic. So it can be on-prem or on a third party cloud hosted server. It's just a suggestion. Thanks.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. We will look into it.
Okay, if no other questions are there, we can move on.
Thank you for the opportunity given to us. So it was a wonderful experience performing for this hackathon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is team number 8, Electrodes. Team leader is Mridul John Matthews.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Hi, greetings to all. So today, Team ElectroS is here with an interesting project. So I welcome my dear friend Malay Kaushal for the presentation part. Malay, please.
Good morning to all. My name is Malik Ghoshal. I'm a member of Team Electrics. So the problem statement is from Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Our problem statement is suggest a redefined solution to help cities locate EV, which is electric vehicle, and charging infrastructure. So I have a question in mind, which is why electric vehicles are vehicles of future and not present? What is missing in electric vehicles, which is stopping consumers from buying it? Is it the speed? No. Electric vehicles has tremendous acceleration and great top speed. Is it the efficiency? No. Electric vehicles are far ahead of their competition on this matter. So what is it? So it is range. The maximum range of an electric car available in India is 450 kilometers, which is low as compared to other alternatives such as petrol vehicles. So how to increase the range? There are two solutions to it. First, increase the battery capacity, which we are already working on, and it is taking the time. We need many years for developing, increasing the battery capacity and making it stable. So what we can do is build more charging stations, just like petrol pumps, diesel pumps. Like every pumps are available all around India, but charging stations are not. So Team Electro X presents Charge. Charge It is a user interface to connect people to their nearest charging station, which will help people to find the nearest charging station and help to build new charging station near the localities. Our app is extremely user friendly. Charge It also believes in promoting green energy. What makes us different from the existing solution? Like every other company is looking for an isolated area, working on the concept of company owned, company operated charging stations. But instead, Charge It, we only need a plug point and a space to park the vehicle where it will be charged. So it is available to the common people so they can earn money. So this reduces our infrastructure cost exponentially. Our website also has a voice assistant called Alan AI, which helps ease the navigation in app. So we believe that our idea will boost our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of replacing fossil fuel powered vehicles to electric vehicles and reduce our carbon footprint and pollution level on Earth by year 2030. So the technological stacks used here are JavaScript, HTML, CSS, all from the front end. Python, Django, MySQL are used for the backend. LNAI is used for easy navigations. Here are some pics that how our website will be there. So our app is extremely simple. What we have to do, we have to open the app, we have to log in, sign up, then we have to make a decision. The user has to make a decision that is it the user who is searching for gas station. So he has to search, locate, go there, charge his vehicle and pay. Or he's looking to integrate with us. Like he already owns a gas station, already owns a charging station. He can be a partner in charge it program. Or if he wants to earn money, so we will provide the charging infrastructure and he will get the payment from it. So our use cases are there. It helps to locate the charging station, it helps charging vehicles, it promotes, it gives employment opportunities, it promotes clean green energy, keeps tracks of recent charge history. Like we can also calculate how many kilometers our vehicle has run per charge it used. So it will also boost to increase the number of charging stations. We can integrate all charging stations together at one place for ease of the user. So we are dependent on capital, electricity, users, production of electric car, internet, and a person who is willing to contribute to charge it. Government is also taking initiative, but it will be more if it the case of charging stations. So this is our team. Our team lead is Mridul. I'm Malay. We have CV, Dheeraj, Jishnu, and Anupama as our members. Thank you all.
Thank you, team. I request all the judges for the questions. If there is no question, then we will go ahead.
Are you managing the payment gateway also for the when we charge the electric vehicles? How you plan? How the payment gateway? Have you thought about that thing? Are you managing that?
Yes, sir, we have given a thought to it, and we'll be calculating by the units of electricity consumed, and we'll be multiplying it by the local charge there, and we'll give a we will add a commission, a company's commission, and the commission of that owner, and then we will give the price to the final user. And we will also integrate different payment gateways. For example, Razorpay, we are planning for it.
Any other queries? So can we move on to the next team? Can we move on to the next team? Okay.
Yes.
So next team is Edific, led by Ashwin Prateep C. Team number 9, Edific, led by Ashwin Pradeep C.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Let me share my screen.
Okay, sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Hello?
You can start.
Okay. Okay. Good morning to all. I am Ashwin Pradeep C. here to introduce you to a unique solution Team Edific came up to the problem lack of information about academic activities in a single platform under the theme Smart Education. Education is not just about mugging up theories in text, but to apply the knowledge we acquire. How do we do that? Well, there is an easy way. Students and researchers are encouraged to participate in educational events all over the globe to collaborate and network with others who are working on similar problems. For this, students have to search for information about dates, places, and themes of such academic conferences. Is this easy? Never. Lot of time and efforts are wasted in this regard, despite the fact that they may miss out vital information. We, Team Edific, developed a portal where information about all academic activities across the country, universities, and in the international arena are in chronological order. It enables students, faculty, and researchers to access the information and prepare well in advance and participate effectively and successfully. This is a flowchart of our website we are doing. 1 second, let me just. I think you're able to see this flowchart. This is like our basic idea of how our web page works. This is the home page, and these things are like how you can select the things in our website, like how to register for the event and how to contact us if you have any queries and all. This is a navigation bar, and 1 second. These are the technologies we use to make our website: Figma, Google Sheets, Google Forms, and Adobe Illustrator. Now I hand over the mic to Anasura S. Ghosh to go on with the presentation.
So here we introduce our website Edific which is an all-in-one website where we can find out the educational events in chronological order. The significance of this website Edific is that it will help the participants, especially the students, to have a good knowledge about what all different educational events are happening around us. Through this website, the participants can find out different educational events, and also they can apply if they are interested. And at the same time, this Edific provides a feature for the organizers to add the events they conduct in the site. The web page designing and data storage were done in Figma and Google Sheets. The storing of data and accessing regarding these events was actually a concern that we faced during our venture, and we found out a solution for that. Our team Edific consists of 6 members, including Ashwin Pradeep, the leader of Edific from Computer Science Department, Gauri Shangare from Mechanical Department, Harshad Abdullah, Anashwara Asghosh, Fida Fatima, and Danush PK from Computer Science Department. Next, Fida will introduce the homepage of our website Edific.
So hello all, welcome to our Edific homepage. So Edific is a very user-friendly website which is designed to bring the details of thousands plus webinars, hackathons, codeathons, and much more held in the national and international arena in a single platform. We tie up with the government educational agencies to provide the legit details of all the educational events happening. So all this actually makes it easy to use and time saving for our students and organizations. So just click the tab Join Us button to get notified about the upcoming events and to access the details beforehand so that you can do your best preparation. Now, you can see the See All buttons given there. To get more information about each event, you can just click on them. The home page also provides the participants a quick guide through the enrollment process. Organizers can register for the event on Edific from their dashboard by just clicking on Conduct an Event. So for more queries, you can just contact a support team through the email and phone numbers given below. Now, I invite Harshad to introduce you to the sign-in and related pages of our website.
Now I'll introduce you to the sign-in page of our Edific website. So once we enter into the sign-in page, you can just enter your email address and password and you can sign in. Or if you are new to this account, you can just sign up. Once you click on the sign up button, you can go enter your email address, password, and the college or university you're studying and the branch, and you can register it. We have actually made it simple so that everyone can access it. Now I hand over to Danush to talk about profile.
Good morning all. After signing in, we are directed to profile page. Here we provide the details of events which a participant has already registered. Here participant can have more details about the events. And left side of the profile page, we have an about page where details of the participant can be viewed. And while registering in an event, these details are provided to these organizers. And Gauri Shankar will explain the rest.
Good morning all. I am Gauri Shankar, and we are going to have a look at how the backend of Edific works. So, storing and accessing of data of events is one of the most important aspects of the portal, and that is done in an effective and simple way using Google Sheets, where all the data is stored and eventually synced in to the website. Anyone who is conducting an event can enter the event details, including the theme of the event, organization or institution that conducts the event, dates, the mode, whether it's offline or online, through Edific with the help of Google Forms. And all those details will be stored in events page, which can be used to view or register if interested. And as an end note, I would like to mention that there are multiple academic related events taking place, and in the current situation, the boundary of institutions, states, or countries for participation is really negligible, as most of the events are taking place online. Hence, Edific is a great solution for obtaining the information of all academic-related activities taking place across the country and in the international level to participate effectively and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Now I request judges for questions and suggestions. Okay, then I think there is no more question. So, sir, should we go ahead?
I will respond.
Okay, sir.
See, I think it was already this project prototype is already developed by you, isn't it? As a mini project or major project, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I saw that some screenshots. Only one suggestion I got. You see, when you want to participate in some hackathons or seminars, etc. You see, you should display it in an organized way. For example, suppose you are going for a vacation to your hometown in, say, Jharkhand or Bihar. You would like to know, in Bihar, what are the recent hackathons happening, such that in vacation I will have a good engagement. So there should be some provision to search place-wise or state-wise, such that the list of hackathons, when I saw your prototype, it was just listed. It may look clumsy. Rather than that, better organize it in a state-wise or date-wise sorting. I would like to know, during May, June, which are the hackathons that are happening in Bihar. So give an advanced search option such that your interface may look better.
Okay, sir. Answering to that one, our website will be all those events will be arranged in chronological order, and all those events according to the theme will be sorted, and we have that provision as well. And taking the consideration of place, that will we will consider that one. We'll discuss that one. And
definitely, because users will be confused when you see a very long list. Okay, you can you can show a few, and below that you can have a search options to display only in a time period or in a state, such that most users will be interested in that. That's what I told. Anyway, nice work, nice.
So
you have done something creative.
The date is already mentioned. That one can be sorted according to the date. And what we have to
take
into
date,
consideration
it is like period. It is not like exact date.
Okay.
You see, usually when I personally search for conferences, I won't attend certain conferences. This is the way I search usually. During the period May, June, is there, suppose I am going abroad for some time. Say I am going to Dubai or US. I would like to, anyway, I have to go. Right? So I would like to just search during my visit time, is there any conferences happening there? Such that when I visit there, I can also participate in that also. You got the point?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, so rather than specific date, go for period, month-wise. In May, what are the hackathons happening in and around Delhi? In June, what are the hackathons that are happening in and around Chennai? Something like that. Such that it gets filtered and the user gets less confused.
Yes, sir. Our plan is to keep a filter about place, about where the thing is conducted.
Yes, that's enough. That's it.
Then period, theme, and even the duration also we are planning to keep a filter about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for giving feedbacks about valuable feedbacks about our project. And thank you all for giving us this opportunity and listening us to our presentation.
Okay, thank you, team Edific, and thank you, sir, for your suggestions. Now we go ahead for the next team, next presentation, 10th team of the day, Defendians, and led by Anant Krishnan KS. So, team, please start.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, may I? Hello.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
May
you're
I?
audible.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. We Defendians are going to do a presentation, and I am welcoming my friend Evelyn to do the presentation.
Respected members of the jury and my fellow mates, a warm afternoon to all. Today, we Team Defendians are here to present our idea on the problem statement, farming equipment being expensive, leveraging unused equipment may add to additional cost for the farmers. Agriculture is said to be the mainstay of the Indian economy, with 69% of the population dependent on this sector for livelihood and over 30% contributing to GDP, calls for more attention towards this sector. IT sector, which is the tertiary sector, can disseminate information regarding prices, weather, conditions, etc. Different tools and machineries are important aspects of farming and agriculture. In India, not all farmers are financially stable to buy the tools that are required. At times, the need for a particular tool is only for a certain period, and after that, the tools are of no use. That's where the importance of this application arises. So, what is our application all about? It's mainly about tool rental for agriculture. The functions of this app are a login or a sign-up page for an existing or a new user, respectively. We have a search bar, a profile section that provides options for user verification using phone number, email ID, and even Aadhaar card. The section also shows the existing users' previous bookings and their booking details history. We have a cart option so that the user can club which tools he or she needs. Not all farmers know English, so our app is available in most of the regional languages spoken all over India. Next, we have customer support. It can be either via chat with our customer care executive or via phone call on our toll-free number. The main feature of the app is the rental option. The user can either rent out or rent in the tools. In the rent out category, the renter can upload the images of the tool and its product description along with the price that he's willing to rent it out to. In the rent in category, the rentee can search and categorize different tools required and filter it price and also area wise. There are even buying options such as cash on delivery, online payment, crypto payment, and even EMI. The technical stacks that we plan to use are HTML, CSS, React.js for the front end, and Node.js or Commerce.js, Stripe, and MySQL for the back end. The dependencies are a stable internet connection and any computing device. does this have a future in the business industry? We plan it to be used free of cost at the beginning, and then slowly we plan to add very minimal extra charges such as delivery charges, convenience charges, service charges, etc. For future businesses, we intend to collaborate with various local seed banks, soil testing agencies, organic food centers, and also options to rent tools and machineries from different professions such as carpentry, welding, etc. We also plan to help the farmers by selling their products in this app. Our objective is to tie up with the government who provides various schemes for farmers, thus keeping the app within demand, and also aim to provide training and awareness programs in local panchayat levels. The major advantages of using this app is that it's very user-friendly, can be used anywhere and by anyone. It helps not only to connect farmers with other local producers both near and far away, but also connects agriculturists with the tech world. So what makes this app more outstanding than the others is that it hasn't been implemented in India yet. Yes, there are apps for car rentals, but tools rental, they're never heard of. And along with the help of the government, we'll be able to change the whole perspective of agriculture and farming. Thank you. Now, I would like to introduce my team members. The team members are Team Leader Andakrishnan KS, BTech, IT Department, first year. Aaron George, BTech, Computer Science, first year. Arjun B, Antesh Kumar, Ebin Francis, and myself, Evelyn Ebichan, all from BTech IT, first year. Thank you.
Sir, questions? Hello?
Requesting the jury members for the questions.
Hello, a quick check. So do you have you like done research, figured out if there are any competition available? Are there any platforms that they do so? If so, what is kind of your differentiator here?
There isn't any platforms available like this because there isn't any tool rental platforms available on internet in India right now. This thing to be the first one and the best one.
Okay. So how so there's something called like Krishi.co, like a site called Krishi. So is it? I kind of felt like it is very similar to that. But like if you don't see there are any competition, then probably what you need to check is there a market for the same? So what is your take on that? So is there some, do you see like there are a lot of folks who need such rentals in the market?
Like, sir, if we buy a machinery which costs so much money, and if that usage is completed, that machinery is a waste. So rental is the best option, I guess. So our app is giving the folks the best way to rent with a very user-friendly UI, and everything they want is here, like the customer support, the language translation, and normal simple person who does have limited knowledge about the computing devices can even access this in a very good way.
Yeah, so I put the question in a different way. So technically this is viable. So from an operational front, what do you think the challenges are likely to be? Say you have a tractor, you want to rent out your tractor. What could be the operational challenges? So have you kind of thought about the operational side of things?
So that we had thought about that, because tractor has only a very less speed, and we can't take it very long. So we are planning that we have filters to filter out the location, and we will limit the area that tractor rental. If like in Ernakulam, the tractor from Ernakulam can be only rental in Ernakulam. So we can give that tractor to that person who lives in Ernakulam. That will be easy for us. We are not doing.
So just to jump in, I'm not talking about the logistics issue or an operational issue from a tech point of view. Say for example, I own a tractor and I have to rent the tractor to a person X. What are the risks associated with renting it, and how are those risks mitigated? Say for example, the tractor, somebody takes the tractor, goes hits somebody. Such operational issues like insurance wise, things like that. So how operationally it is feasible? Have you thought about that? That's more or less the question that I was trying to put in.
Okay, sir. We had thought about that, because we first of all we have a profile verification. Like we want that person to be verified, like with this email ID, phone number, and the Aadhaar. The person who takes the rent, who takes the tractor for rent, and who gives the tractor for rent should have to verify in the same order. And the papers also should be uploaded. All the papers, like the tractors, if the insurance and all the RCs and all the things should be uploaded. The person who is taking the rent should upload his license, that showing that he has a license to drive a tractor. And the person who is giving the tractor for rent should upload the pictures of the tractor from every side, that any damages caused after that should be we can notice any damages after which the person who took out the tractor for rent. And that will be easy for us if legal issues have come up in our way. Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Calling the next team, that is team 11. Team name, team decoders. Team leader, Abdullah Samir KA.
May I know when is the break?
Thank you for giving us an opportunity here. Thank you, judges.
Hello. So the next team is team decoders. Team leader is Abdullah Samir KA.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Vidya, would like to know when we are going for the break. I have to plan accordingly.
Sir, yeah. After this presentation, we can leave. I mean, we can discuss, I guess.
For how long?
We have actually 19 teams. Out of that, 10 is over. We have 9 left out. So we will leave after this particular presentation.
Yes. Okay. That's perfectly fine. How long we are planning the break? Half an hour or 1 hour?
I think 1 hour will be okay.
Sir, by 1:30 it will be over, sir. Hackathon means actually 24 hours. In between, you can have snacks and other things. But being offline we can provide, but being online we can't provide. Anyway, sir, I think by 1:30 we can wind up.
Okay,
Okay,
but
sir.
I have I have an appointment. That's the problem. Okay.
Okay.
Around 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, please carry on. We will solve. No issues. Please carry on.
And we are recording also.
Okay.
So is the screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Semi, team leader of Team Decoders. We are under the problem statement, student innovation. So our idea is AI shopping assistants enhanced smart shopping experience using voice recognition and image processing. Basically, we have a database of number of list of products and their prices. So here we came up with 2 products. One of them is checking the price using voice recognition. Difficulty in daily updation of varying market prices. In supermarket, we have to display the price of product for each product. We have to spend a lot of time to print a price tag for each product for each day and all. So this can be done easily by updating the database. And another advantage is no need to display price for each product manually. And the second product is identify the product and gives the price of given quantity using image processing. I can explain with an example. Like if we go to hypermarket like Lulu, in grocery section, we don't take the product like 1 kg or 2 kg. We take the quantity as we want. Like we give this and then we give to staff, employee staff. And the employee staff identify the product and enter some code on the system, and they print the price tag for that product for that quantity. So what we are doing is, instead of employee identify the product, we using image processing. So what is the advantage is, imagine 100 of customer in the grocery section, so they have to wait a lot. So we can do this easily by implementing our product, and it also very profitable for shop owners. Time saving for the customer, reducing workforce. So how our product is going to work is by, I can explain by the flow chart. Like we scan the QR code and then redirect to a website, and then we input voice, that is product, and then identify the product using voice recognition from the database, and they take the product and their price and list the product and the price, and there is an option to print in the PDF format. The other one is we take the some amount of quantity of product and place it in the weighting machine, and we input the weight that we choose the quantity, and we will put some image processing in top view or side view, identify product and take the price of that from the same database, and the calculate price of the product of the amount the customer taken, and the print total price. The technology we using is image processing in Kaggle for dataset, speech recognition API, MySQL for database, programming language Python, and simple UI website, JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Our use case, identify the product using image processing, check product and price using voice recognition, list the product from the database, multiple product listing, automatically calculate price of product from their weight, And our showstopper is a smartphone is necessary and require internet connection. Proper training for image processing is required for accurate identification of product, unable to detect local language for voice recognition. And our team members are myself, Abdullah Samir, and Akash Pia, Ashwin John, Ganesham B. Narayan, Evan George, and Jayalashmi. All are from IT. And our mentor is Timothy Alex John from CSC third year. Thank you. Thank you.
Requesting the jury members for the questions.
Dear students, don't bother about whether the jury members are asking questions or not. Anyway, you present in a good manner, and they are all are professionals, and they all are engaged in other activities. Usually, hackathon means 24 hours, and we are not conducting in offline mode. That is our problem. But anyway, this recording is there, and by seeing the recordings, they will put marks afterwards. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
Anyway,
Thank
we
you.
will continue with the presentations.
Okay, sir. Moving to the next team. First hack. Team leader is Suraj Kumar.
Yes. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
audible,
So,
audible.
yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, slides are also visible. Okay, carry on.
Okay. So, hello everyone. We are Team First Hack. So, we are solving the problem by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And so, first, I'm going to tell you what's the problem we are going to solve. So, our problem statement related to electric vehicles charging infrastructure. As we all know, electric vehicles are growing very fast, and in India, it is going to have 100% electric vehicle mobility by the end of 2030. So we have to be prepared for this. So the main problem with the electric vehicles is we have to charge the electric vehicles, and when we are going for a long journey.
Suraj Kumar, it is actually a repeated problem, so no need to worry too much. Anyway, you present it, and
Yes,
already one team already presented the same problem. Okay, no problem, but in another way or the same way or another way, you can present it. Anyway, you confidently present it. Okay, carry on.
Yes, yes.
Shall be, sir, I think it is allowed. The whichever is better design that we can choose. Is it like that?
That we will decide after, and after sitting together,
yes,
we will decide. Anyway, recordings is
yes,
there.
yes,
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So the main problem with the electric vehicles, we have to charge electric vehicles, and when we are going for a long journey, then we need to charge our electric vehicles frequently. So we came up with the idea of solution of sharing the charging dock. Like suppose I bought a car, electric car, and we are given charging dock with it to install in our house. So charging dock will be used to charge our car, like which car I bought, and at the same time I can use it to charge another car. So and we can earn money from this. So our app will basically have two types of users. First one will host, who will have charging dock from for electric vehicles, and the second one will the service seeker who needs to charge their vehicle. So now I'm going to talk about how it will work. So first host needs to register their dock and provide the fixed cost like what they require from the charging and for the charging vehicles, right? And the service seeker will locate the nearest host available and send a request to host that they want to charge their electric vehicles, and give the time slot which they need to charge. Like the service seeker, he needs to provide the time slot that he need to charge in the given time slot, and then he will give the time slot to the host which have charging dock. And then then host get a request from the service seeker, and they will verify whether the available time slot, they have available the time slot or not. Then the host will see request, and if they can provide the service, if provide service, then they will respond to the request, and service seeker need to pay some advance money for book the slot. Because sometimes when a service seeker said like, yeah, I want to charge the car, but at that time, after some time, like it said no, they didn't go there for charging their car. So at that time, the host charging dock of host will waste, he didn't have like customers to charge and all. So for that they need to pay some advance money for that. So and then the host will confirm their slot, and then the service seeker go to the charging point and charge their vehicle. Okay, so that's what we have. And like in the stack we use Django, PostgreSQL, HTML, CSS, React.js, geolocation API, and Stripe. We are also integrating like payment integration that so that user can easily use the service. So it will completely automated, user have to register their charging dock, and also then another user will find the nearest dock. And also that is like when the service seeker, those who want to charge their vehicle, and like they will get the nearest located like charging dock which they can go. So it will also recommended from our side. And like use for the use cases what we're going to solve, like electric vehicles seeking charging station nearby, so the electric vehicles which need to charge, and the host that have charging dock and provide charging facility. So everyone have the charging dock, and they want to earn money as well as provide charging facility. User can also find nearby commercial charging station, like in that app they can also locate that commercial charging station where they can charge. Or for this, by doing this we are enriching the EV infrastructure. So we are also doing payment integration. So after the charging is done, then payment will be also generated from the app itself, so they have to just pay. So it is also good revenue generating opportunity for people with electric vehicles charging facility at their home. If required, host can provide charging facilities for another device like laptops and all. Host can also add multiple facilities like car servicing and accommodation at their charging point. So dependencies are like our dependencies are like, in India we don't have that much of electric car, not right now, but in the future we will have, as I said, by the end of 2030 we will have 100% electric vehicle mobility. So people with charging dock at home, it is also our dependencies. And host having complete infrastructure to provide facilities, like when any car is going to the host, then they have to have complete infrastructure to provide the facilities. And its user must have stable interconnection with GPS. Yeah, that's it. Like from our side, our team members are like me, Ajay, Alpia, Shivam, Vaibhav, and Prasant. All are from IT. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you. Any question?
Yeah, so it's quick question. So you're trying to be an aggregator for charging stations, right?
Yeah.
So
Like
charging station. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like when we buy some car, like they give the charging dock. Like we in Nixon we have like charging, they provide the charging dock. So that charging dock will use for charging our car, but at the same time we can use that for earning money also. So that's the thing.
Okay, so here you're not trying to build any infrastructure for yourself. You just want to have some folks coming who have charging docks, be an aggregator, and then you display the charging docks on your platform, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay, so again, technically this is feasible. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, commercially or business wise, what is the model? How do you plan to make revenue?
Like for the revenue purpose, like we will planning to take some charges from the one who are charging, like the users itself. We will apply some taxes like charges after if they charge, like they are going to the host, so the host will charge some money, so our money will add on that, like it's the charges.
Okay.
Yeah, taxes we are getting extra, like the extra charges for the like service we are giving.
Yeah. So how are you planning to like calculate the consumption?
Sorry?
From the charging point?
Calculate the
consumption. You'll have to ask the person charging.
Yeah, based on the based on the electricity used, like per unit
how?
At that time. Like it will be given like per unit how much at that position and that time, how much per unit charges it is given, and then we will multiply the unit used.
Yeah, but how do you capture the units? Does that have to be a manual entry by the person, or is it something from a device, IoT device, or is it from directly?
No, it has to be manual.
Yeah. And who makes the manual entry?
Like the one who's charging, and from both sides, we will.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So do you think there is a challenge there?
Challenge, like we have to.
No. Just give it a thought. I'm just trying to figure out like. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions?
Stop your presentation. Is it Suraj Kumar? Yeah.
Moving to the next team, team 13. Team name is Hackbytes and team leader is Anito Anto.
Yes, ma'am. Should I present?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, your screen is visible. You can start.
Am I audible?
Yeah. You are audible also. Okay, carry on.
Okay. So we are the team Hackbytes. Okay. We are the team Hackbytes, and I am Anito Andu. We proceed with our problem statement as seamless indoor-outdoor navigation. It is from the Department of Space from ISRO. We intend to make the outdoor navigation and indoor navigation institutions in a seamless way. So basically, we are aiming to provide a mobile application for the users that is equipped with a machine learning model that will detect the indoor landmarks and provide the navigation afterwards. That means in institutions, the indoor navigation we cannot use GPS for indoor navigation. Indoor navigation GPS is not that accurate. So we are planning to create a mobile application that will analyze the user's camera, and identify the place. So the user need to show the present place through the camera, and by analyzing that, we detect the indoor position, and the user can give a choice where he have to go, and it will provide with the navigation. So we also try to incorporate an AR experience for the user, so that whenever they scan an indoor landmark, there will be a virtual post similar to a post in cities. For in that way, there will be a virtual post in front of them through the AR, and we can get the navigation seamlessly. For the outdoor part, we are using GPS itself as the existing outdoor navigation. So there will be also a portal to host portal for the host to register their service. For example, if you are planning to enter a mall, there are many services and shops inside them. So there will be a portal to for the host to register themselves, and they will be registered in our app, so that app can provide navigation in the indoor also. So we are planning to build the app on Unity 3D, and for a machine learning part, we are using TensorFlow. So this is our dependencies. We are collecting data set for the ML model by taking the photographs of the registered partner, and we are making a trained model out of that, and user can send the pictures, and that will detect the landmark. So in the outdoor part, it will be a GPS navigation as of now. While when we enter any institutions or shopping complexes, it will detect the place and provide the indoor navigation seamlessly. So that is our project.
I have a quick question. So how scalable, like indoor positioning systems with camera, how scalable do you think it would be?
For the indoor systems, we analyze through machine learning model, so that if an shop intend to register in our platform, he should provide some pictures of the shop or a small video. Out of that, we can capture the pictures and get a model out of that. Actually, if you are planning to scale to a large number of entities, then after the training, we can delete those pictures also. The training data can be saved onto a pre-trained model.
Okay. So would there be any issues related to security, especially if you are more especially going from a public space to a government institution?
Sorry, I cannot.
So would there be any issues related to security in terms of user security, in terms of building security, especially a lot of images, lot of feed is captured, and then it's stored in a third party system, right?
Actually,
Or a server.
We will not be capturing the feed from the users only when an institution plan to register. They are providing their own images. After the training procedure from the user side, we are just kept analyzing at that instant only. We are not storing that picture.
Okay.
Anto, one question. So when you mentioned right now the navigation between indoor and outdoor is not seamless. So what do you mean? Currently, how are you doing the indoor navigation?
From the problem statement, we find that for the indoor navigation, the meant was if we enter any museums or any tourist places, we don't know where all the specific things exist. There will be a map that will be provided on a paper, but when we go through that institution, for example, if you are going through a shopping complex, large shopping complex, then for a mall, we don't know which all places there exist. So navigation inside a building, inside a campus is difficult right now.
How are you solving this now?
So we are intending to solve that issue for the users will be now able to navigate to a specific place inside a building. For example, if a place exists inside a
mobile phone,
mall.
yeah.
from a mobile phone, how do you determine the location in indoor?
Okay, from our mobile application, when the mobile application launches, it will get the camera feed. The camera will be open. After that, if we scan that place where I am presently, then it will identify where we are standing, and from there they will point out an arrow to where we need to go in an AR environment, augmented reality.
So you mean by taking a picture of this museum, the whole system will guide you. So is it?
No, if you are planning to implement it in a museum, in a museum there will be a specific indoor landmarks, right? So in a museum there will be a place A for something, place B for something, and if you are standing in front of place A, the app will dictate that it is standing in place A, and it will navigate to wherever the user intend to go.
Okay, got it. Which machine learning model you are planning to use?
We are planning to do a transfer learning using ImageNet weights.
Yeah.
Also,
so that you can reuse that model, isn't it?
Trained model, we are.
You can reuse that trained model.
Yeah, you planning. Yeah.
But whether the images in ImageNet are very similar to, you see, the interiors and exteriors that we are assuming now, because ImageNet is having a certain set of data images. Whether these two are similar.
Actually, we are using ImageNet weights for the convolutional layer only. That means in ImageNet model, the initial convolution layers are detecting the shapes, detecting whether it is a curve or things. We are actually doing that weights only. The labeling part will be totally different. So for transfer learning, we are choosing ImageNet. That's a base model, and upon that, we are imposing on another images for our custom classification.
For custom classification, you will be using some other data set, like.
Yeah. We will be collecting the data from the institution that is registered in our platform.
Yes. That's from my side.
Okay.
Okay, calling the team 14. Team name is Sahyatri and team leader is Shashwat Gaurav.
Thank you, Sonal. I think I'm audible.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Honorable judges, respected teachers, principal sir, and all the fellow students of the School of Engineering who have joined here. I am Shashwat Gaurav and we are Team Sahyatri. My fellow team members are Ayush Sinha, Aditya Kumar Sinha, Ashna, Anshu Dev, and Ashish Gaurav. The problem statement we have chosen is system for an efficient and transparent process of buyer-seller interactions, provision for creating niche product offerings for SHG groups for all areas. The organization is Ministry of Rural Development, and the theme on which we are focusing is rural development, agriculture, and food tech. So now Asna will describe what exactly is a SHG or self-help group.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that I'm audible. In India, there is a substantial percentage of the rural and urban poor who, if tried individually cannot break their chains of poverty as they face many problems like illiteracy, lack of skills, healthcare problems, etc. These problems can be better tackled through group efforts. Nowadays, these groups are known as self-help groups and they have become the vehicle of change for the poor and marginalized. SHG method is used by the government, NGOs, and other worldwide. In this, the economically weaker sections collect their savings in banks and in return they receive easy access to loans with a small rate of interest to start their micro unit enterprise. So one of the very famous example of this SHG is the Madhubani paintings, which is the popular art of Mithila region and expresses the creativity and sensitivity of its people. In this SHG, women of various age groups came together to show their Madhubani painting skills on various products like bedsheets, phone covers, t-shirts, etc. But these self-help groups face critical problems like restricted growth, localization of products and services, limiting or reducing the demand and supply requirements, etc. So we are trying to give the solution for the problem statement, system for an efficient transport process, system for an efficient and transparent process of buyer-seller interaction, provision for creating niche product offerings for self-help groups for all areas. Currently, these SHGs sell their products on B2B model, but we have tried to create a platform where these SHGs can flourish much more if they shift to B2C model, as they will be able to sell their products and services and market them globally. Any member of a SHG need to register on the web application, which is going to be free of cost, and add basic details like address, variety of products they produce, and bank details, which will be required for accepting payment directly into their bank accounts after the purchase. They can add their products as many they need with necessary details. Customer from different parts of the country can visit the website and browse different products. They can buy or add products to the cart and can also receive and can also add reviews after using them. Apart from this, the platform also shows ads on the exciting offers on the products. A portion of this website will also contain the short story of self-help groups depicting their journey and the struggles they faced. Also, this platform will provide a button to support self-help groups financially by donating any amount possible. Technology stack used in our project include HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, Bootstrap for frontend, and for the backend and database, we will use Node.js and MongoDB. Now, Ayush will demonstrate the structure of our web page.
Good afternoon, everyone. So here is the layout or the UI which we will create for the website. So this is like the we can search here, and then it is the products which we will deliver, like the men's kurta, like the printed kurta, especially like Madhubani kurta, or the saris and all, which we will categorize here. And then here the self-help groups will be there just below the products, which on which when we will hover on the on one of the photo, it will demonstrate or it will describe about the describe briefly in describe briefly about the self-help groups, how they started making these, and in the last we will tell about the sale. Like in this we will use the sale for the stock clearance, like the products which are not sold for a long time but they want to clear that. That's why we will flash the sale and all, and the next part will be done by my other team.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to describe the use case diagram of our project. So you can see in the diagram that there are 4 actors in our project: the customer, the seller, and the admin, and the delivery executive. Individually, I'm going to describe each of the functions of the customer, seller, and admin and delivery executive. So the first customer have the first functionality is register, where they can register themselves and can give their user ID and password using which they can log in. The second one is the login, where they can give their user ID and the login password. So because without password they cannot able to log into their account. So the password will be verified from database. And in the condition, if they forgotten their password, they can go to the forget password functionality and they can change their password from there. The other one functionality is view product. They can view the different products on the website. And the another one is search product, where they can search the products of different products on the website by giving their product name and also by giving the seller name also. The another functionality is add review. The customer can give the reviews to the different products by 5-star and 4-star, etc. And if they wants to buy the product, they can add the product to the add to cart by using add to cart functionality and make the payment. They can purchase the product. One more functionality we have given is that support by donation. So if a customer want to donate some of the funds to the SHG's member, they can also give their donations. And this functionality is also given to the seller also. They can, so that seller can also help to the other SHG's member if they have no any. Now we can discuss about the seller actor. So it have the three functionalities. uh, First one is add seller details. So they can give the details of themselves, so the admin or website can contact to them directly. And the another one functionality is add product details, where the seller can add the product details, like what kind of things they are used to make the product and what kind of cost they are want to give. Now the another one functionality is update product details. If the seller wants to update the product details, they can update by using update product details. Now the admin actor can contact sellers and also the solve the queries. So if seller have any queries regarding how the website will work, they can query using solve queries functionality, and the admin can answer these queries using solve queries functionality. Now the another one functionality is update delivery status. So admin can also can check the delivery status which was given by delivery executive, and delivery executive is the one who can deliver the product and update the delivery status. Now our project dependencies are producers, consumer, database registered SHGs to smartphone user. So without producers, we cannot able to make our website more in use. So producers give their products to sell, and the consumers, we need customers in a large quantity, so to whom we sell our products. Now database registered SHGs. So these are those who registered themselves on our website. Now smartphone users. So we basically talking about those who are basically using their smartphones, and to whom they can use our website also. Now our project showstoppers are lack in registration of producers, lack of smartphone users, lack of customer attention, and delay. Now, thank you.
Thank you, Raghu. And since after the outbreak of COVID-19 virus, we all understood the importance of using the local products and go vocal for local, means using the products that which are made local and also to promote them. It will also be a step in strengthening the vision of Gandhiji's dream, Gram Swaraj. He emphasized that every village needs to be self-dependent for their most of the needs. Also, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, declared that Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance, to have economic growth of nation along with enhancement in the quality of people's life, but still staying connected to the rest of the world. As technology is one of the most important of the five pillars of this important mission, we are trying to make a small contribution through our solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, team, for this presentation. Now I request our judges for the question answer and So should we go ahead? If there is no question. Okay, I hope there is no question. Thank you, team. Thank you, Shashwat and your team. Best of luck for your project. Now, we move to our next team, 15th the team of the day. That is developers, and team leader is Vaishnav M. Vaishnav and the team, you can start the presentation.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. So, shall I present?
Yeah, sure, start.
So, good afternoon. So, our problem statement is on water harvesting put forward by Department of Science and Technology. So, what we are doing is like treating gray water. So, I'll give a short description on gray water. Gray water is that wastewater which comes from our washing machines and wash basins and the water which we use to clean from laundry and all. Such wastewaters are grey waters. So about 40% of our households are grey water, and which contains contaminants like soap, detergents, hair, and oil. So we have made a solution like to treat this wastewater so that we can use it for we can reuse it for other uses. So our solution is like I hope you can see this figure. So the wastewater comes from the bathroom, laundry, and all. It comes through the pipe to the. This is an what you can say is an inspection chamber which contains a coarse filter. A coarse filter which will remove the large solid particles and which will separate it from and float on the water surfaces so that it can be removed, and then from there it moves and goes to the reed bed. Reed bed means it's a reed bed which is filled with gravel in which wetland plants are planted. Here the water gets purified as the plants absorb the nutrients, including synthetic compounds like soaps in the water. Okay, and pathogens in the waters are destroyed by natural die-off, and antibiotics are released by the plant roots, and UV exposition, sedimentation, and upon sticking on the gravel bed. So for the 1,000 liters of grey water, a reed bed of 5 to 7 square meter bed area with a depth of 1 to 1.5 meter is required actually. And from there, the treated water moves to the grey water roof. It's grey water storage. And while going to the grey water storage, it goes through the UV disinfection chamber, which kills the pathogens by UV expositions, and the dissolved oxygen contents of water is improved there, and any remaining pollutants is oxidized. And from there, it moves to the roof water storage. Actually, this is a small plan of just one house, but we are planning it for using it for a rural community which contains of more than 5 to 6 houses. So we are actually mainly concentrating on rural community, not urban currently. So that's the thing. And the technology we are using here is like Python. We'll be using Arduino and MIT App Inventor, and various sensors. And the use of the App Inventor is, yes, like we are planning to make an app such that each and every house, they can have the limit of the water they can use. Each and every house will be given a limit, and they can open their valves for the water to flow to their house. When the limit is finished, it will get automatically off. such that we have prepared it. And various sensors are that we will be using the sensors in the filter to check the pH value of the water, and in the storage water to check the level of the water. And that's it. And the uses of where we can use this water is, it's like for outside use, like for washing, washing cars, irrigation systems, and outdoor fountains and all. And please note that it is not suited for drinking, and for drinking it's need to be further purified, and there is more steps for that. So actually we are not going for that much right now. And we can also save money on our water bills and minimize pollution in the local waterways. And since the pollution is rapidly growing, new water supplies are less, and this is a popular option which can be implemented. And this might help in the economical growth, as the water resources are getting lesser day by day. And the challenges we face are the installation cost. This one-time installation cost is the main challenge faced. Then the proper maintenance. And the thing is, the gray water, it can't be left untreated for more than 24 hours, as if it is left for more than 24 hours, it will start to smell. And the storage tank or polishing pond should also have access to sunlight. Reeds in the reed bed should be trimmed. And these are my team members, our leader Vaishnavam and Nasim, Sana Shamsuddin, me myself Mohammad Farhan, Nupa and Srirak. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Okay. Now I open this discussion question of the system. Sorry, just please. Any questions?
One question. Have you analyzed the maintenance cost compared to existing systems?
Sorry, sir. Once more.
Have you compared the maintenance cost compared to existing systems we see in apartments?
Sir, maintenance cost doesn't come much than installation cost. The installation costs is, or the cost is coming more for the UV sterilizers, sir. Rest all are very less cost. And one more thing is that the power consumption is very less. We use it's like 25 kilowatt for per gallon water, wastewater.
And since it's a community thing, like a whole village will be doing this, so the costs are should be shared and it will be minimal too. And there's an app too, like per household, the usage will be like, checked upon, and those who will be like using more will have to pay more. That's it.
Because as far as we understand, the existing systems they use for treating the grey water, and the outcome is mostly used in gardening. Even with multiple levels of filtering, they are not able to use it for even washing cars. These outcomes generally, as they named as grey water, they look grey and with some false odor. So to remove that, they use additional levels of filtering. And looking at all these, when we think about a solution for rural India, then there is very significant trade-off between the maintenance cost and the quality of the water. This aspect you will have to study well. The idea is really good, and how to make it affordable to the rural community, one big question. Because the system has to adapt to various conditions.
Yeah, sir. Also in rural areas, most people will not be having cars. Like not everyone will be having cars, and washing purposes like normal, like wall washing, etc., can be done using this water after 2 or more stages of filtering too. And
generally,
the pipe.
yeah, generally what they do is
Sorry, sir.
whatever the generally what they do is the sewage water they just route it to plants or somewhere backyard or in that surrounding. So when they have to collect this sewage and used water, then they will have to do recycling. So the implementation is one big. There will not be a standardized way of implementing various community areas. Imagine there is a cluster of 5 houses. So it may not be same if you take the next 5. There will be a lot of challenges from that side also. And from looking at the picture that you have illustrated, I don't think it's as simple as you think, because definitely there will be some filtering that will happen, but when you target it, that usage of it after it is being treated, then the question comes like what quality it can give out.
Sir, actually that picture is just of one household. We are actually planning for a whole community, right?
The model we shared is like per household that like the sewage, like toilet, wash base, etc., can be collected, and the water can be treated in their backyard itself and sent back to the like storage reservoir or something, and the people can use.
Currently, yeah. So in most cases, you will not find a proper plumbing or anything, because it will be totally unorganized. So you will have to bring some system to correct this water first. Then on top of that, you
Yes,
will have
sir,
to
sure, sir.
implement
Actually, sir, this should be like done with the help of. We should actually put this in front of the government. Like we should put forth this
Yeah, with the
idea to the
help of
government actually.
government
Without the
schemes.
help of the state government and that with their schemes only we can do this.
So especially in dry areas like the Western Ghats and the desert areas, and all this can be like heavily feasible.
Yes, sir.
Like the amount of water they
areas
get
where
is too low.
yeah, the areas where they face water scarcity, the primary challenge is for drinking water, because that is something man cannot live without. So if they have enough water, then they may not be worried about treating it. So you got the point, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
So
like
to
drinking
save
water.
that,
if you have enough water, you don't worry about recycling. If you have no
yes,
water,
sir.
you are
Like plan
worried
is
about drinking
to.
water.
So if they
Approach should
have
be
some amount of water, and if they like, reuse the water they use for like, washing things, gardening, etc., so that part of the drinking water is saved, right? They can use that part as drinking water. So surplus of drinking water will be there.
definitely there is a use. Definitely there is a use. So, yeah. Anyway, good. Thank you. Now the question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the suggestion questions. Should we go ahead now? Is there any more questions? Okay, let's go ahead. Thank you, team developer, and best of luck to now going ahead to 16th team of the day, Aero Grid, led by Anand Siddhasam. I invite you guys for presentation. Please start your presentation. Team Aero Grid, Anand Siddhasam. Is anyone from that group is present in the meet?
Team number 16, if you're not available, we'll move on to the next presentation. If you're here, please start presenting. Team Aerogrid. I think we will move on to team number 17 then. Justin, Benny, Daniel.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
10%.
Okay, I would like my team member Karthikesh to present the PPT. Yeah. So a very good afternoon to one and all. We team squadron. Here I present you the idea explanation of the problem statement. That is the work clothing that has sensors embedded in it securely transmit data to managers about hazardous conditions and its workers' physical condition and overall safety of the user. Our team member, myself, Justin, Vinny Daniel, the team leader, Karthikesh, Karthik Ambali, Mandida, Sania, and Tirtha. We hereby have found out a generalized solution for the problem statement which we have chosen, given by the industry of Coal India Limited. So, Karthik, I would like to, so you can show the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So now coming to the approach details of the idea we have found out for the generalized safety is that our idea of smart working clothes provides a generalized basic and a fundamental safety and is best suitable for all time of hazardous exposure. So first of all, as you can see in the first point, so first of all is that the most critical condition for a working individual or a laborer or a person who's working in extremely tough, rigorous conditions, like coal miners. Basically, we are like looking on coal miners, or you can say, or other underground activities where it's very difficult and has very rigorous terrain to work in. The lack of oxygen is always a very big problem because the oxygen levels can decrease and increase at a little out of time. So, and also the pulse rate of the individual. So there has been a lot of hazardous conditions with lack of oxygen. So to secure that, to avoid this, we, in our smart fabric, clothing working fabric, we have attached a gadget, a software gadget, a type of an oximeter, you can say, in the sleeves, which has been completely attached to the sleeve of the fabric, and it is completely modified along with the fabric. So it's bendable. It's bendable in the sense it's durable. So this measures the continuously records the oxygen values and the pulse rate. The pulse rate can be measured by a certain PR sensor, which can and these readings are being continuously being sent to the higher authorities of the organization, whichever organization it is. These readings are being sent, and if there is, and these readings can be monitored by the higher authorities of the organization, and it can be looked forward. And if there is any sign, for example, in the sense if the amount of saturated hemoglobin is less than 93%, then we can say the person who is working there is hypoxic. So if a condition arises, if such a condition arises, it's time for the person to be rescued immediately and to be evacuated from that place. Because his oxygen levels is decreasing and also his pulse rate has irrhythmic pulse rate is also occurring. So we need to rescue that person at that time before fatality occurs. So continuously monitoring of these values and also through an IoT interface, through IoT app platform, these readings can be also be sent to the higher authorities, and they can continuously monitor it. And if they see anything varying in these values or data, they can immediately go forward and look into it and also rescue whoever is suffering from hypoxic or any other high pulse rate issues. So that was our first approach towards the problem of the overall safety of the working individual in such terrains, in such conditions. Now, according to Murphy's law is absolute. So we have to expect the unexpected. And now we have to expect even the worst conditions whenever we are dealing with safety. So coming to a second point, there is a chance of collapse, like in working in, especially in coal mines or in other mineral ore places where we're digging, we're trying to extract the minerals, we're trying to work in such underground areas. There can be a chance that, in the sense, some obstructions or something, or if there is a condition which the individuals working in it cannot go out and there is no way to escape. In such a situation comes, then we have also in our fabric embedded a GPS module in which a live location will always be sent to it. In the sense, the survivors who have been stuck in that area and there's no way to get out, these GPS modules will be sending to the location to the higher authorities. So it's just embedded in the fabric. So these live location will be continuously shared. So even if that person is not working or if that person is not there, his location can also be checked. And also if this person is stuck and he needs help, the live location can also be accessed by the higher authorities. And this can be done by GPS module. So the person can be rescued immediately. And when coming to the third point of detection of the fumes, as we know that in mine workers, especially we are trying to focus on the mine workers, or even other working individuals in underground areas. We know that especially like the methane gas, which is a predominant on top of every coal deposit, is really poisonous for the human body. So what we need is that we have attached a GDS sensor, a gas detection sensor, that is embedded to the fabric. So whenever there is any harmful methane gas being leaked, or there's a leakage of methane gas, or there's any other harmful gases, not methane, but mostly in this kind of places, there's chance of methane is too high. So that's why we are trying to inculcate with methane. So if there is any methane gas or leakage, the person needs to be evacuated. All the workers need to be evacuated from that place, because inhaling it can cause, not only inhaling, exposure to it can really be harmful to the skin as well as for the internal functions. So our GDS sensor, when detection of any or minute sense of methane, it sends alerting sound not only to the user, but immediately it sends the alert and an SOS come to the higher authorities or organization. So they immediately need to evacuate them. So it does notify them to immediately evacuate them from that place. So and also the temperature, we are attaching a thermistor which continually monitors the temperature. So it's this thermistor is being attached back at the back of the of a fabric, and it continuously monitors around the overall surrounding temperature. So the temperature and also the gas leakage can also be monitored by our smart working fabric. So, and now coming, I will be asking Paul Karthikes for explaining about AI assistance and dust proof and about the materials of the fabric we have used.
Thank you, Justin. Then good afternoon. So for the fourth point, we have like AI assistance according to the current situation of the user's wellness. As Justin said before, we have to expect the unexpected. Everything in this world does not happen the way it is intended to. So if everything goes down and people are stuck underneath the soil and all the rubble, etc., he won't be exactly fit mentally and physically. So for a long time he's there, and his mental conditions won't be the same. So the person is confined to do only limited things in this dilemma. So there is a necessity of calming the individual. Calming the individual means that if he's in panic and all, he'll end up using more and more oxygen, which is also very limited in that place. So like he'll use more and more oxygen and end up being breathless. So so he won't be able to concentrate upon that, and he'll be having in his mind like, when will I be rescued, will I be rescued or will I not be rescued, that kind of a thing will be there in his mind. So for to do the first aids and all, like breathing slowly, everything is not possible. So we have to first calm the individual. For incorporating that, we use a AI interface where we'll monitor all the oxygen level of the person, and actually suggest him what to do and what not to do, and then make him aware when we'll be rescued, when the time at which he'll be rescued, when we'll be rescued, and then yeah, that's that, and how to optimize the use of oxygen. So that's it. So we are planning to do this by incorporating AI and machine learning algorithms and special predicting algorithms like KNN and all that. So so that's about the fourth point. And now to the fifth point, we have like a dust proof and luminescent fabric. That is the fabric that we use here. So we are using here is specifically is the microfiber unwoven fabric, which is dust proof and phosphorus. I mean, on top of that, we are providing that with phosphorescent materials and luminescent material, so that it can be it will glow in the dark. And when it is exposed to a certain amount of light and all, like if the rescue team comes and when it is illuminated, it will glow. If the traces of the suit, if it is not covered by the rubble, then it will be like easily identified. So this enables the rescue team to be you know quickly detect the presence of an individual underneath the rubble. So now to Karthik Ambali for the next 2 points. Karthik.
Good afternoon, all. Uh, Now I'm explaining the sixth point: air filter mask attached to a neck area of the fabric. We know masks are very important in doing such jobs. So it is not like an ordinary mask. It prevents fine dust particles from entering users' lungs, which is harmful and can cause prolonged dust-related diseases. There are many kind of diseases that are caused by the dust entering to the body of the workers. The respiratory disease, there is mucormycosis. So it is caused by the special kind of dust that uh, entering to the body of the worker. Then asbestos, silicosis, juvenile, COPD. So there are even fever due to inhalation, irritation, all that. So it's not like an ordinary mask. As I said, it's a 3M plastic 600 material which is filter air and separate out the dust. It is free attached to our cloth fabric around the collar deck side and easily pullable when required. So most of the disasters or the like mining disaster, mining accident can occur the variety of causes. The main such causes are including is the leak of poison gases like hydrogen sulfates or explosive naturals. So other exploding other natural gases. So it's very important the mask part, and we'll get this advanced mask which will help the workers and everyone to get a good environment, working environment. Then out to the seventh one, it's a proximity sensor around the fabric for obstructive detection. So it's approximate. It uses proximate. It has proximate sensors and it senses the virtual environment and obstacles nearby. So this proximity sensor will sense the virtual environment and obstacle nearby, and it will help the user. The user will be able to identify if there is any obstruction by the obstruction nearby, and it's by the alerting sound and light produced by this proximity sensor, so they can avoid this obstruction and accidents while working in such environments. And further, it's very useful for the odor detection. So it can also that can make them work more efficiently. So we can use AI and other machine learning tactics to do this. then that's it. Then I will hand over to Justin to set the other points.
Thank you, Karthik. Now, I would request Karthik to move on to the next slide. Yes. So our project, when looking on to the business potential, our project comprises of, in a way that we focused on the organization of Coal India Limited. So we focused on about the coal miners basically. But this not only work upon coal miners, we can use on sewage workers, cave tourism, and other underground construction activities where lack of oxygen is always we need to monitor, and also other factors which we said in the previous slides. So when coming to the basically the business potential, you know that like not only cave tourism is also one of the most leading and most exciting tourism being developed in India, not as in India but also all over the world. And youths have been more interested in cave tourism as well as now as so. Such safety measures are always required in tourism activities. And also when coming to the coal miners workers, as we know, coal production is the highest in India as well as in all over the world after petroleum extraction. So we know that it has large industry over experience of over a lot of years, and this requires a large number of manforce uh, required for it. So now, according to the data which we have taken from the National Hazard Directory, the hazards, loads of laboring hazards, especially in coal mine workers or in sewage workers. In coal mine workers, the hazards are caused by 63% of hazards are caused by the coal mining hazards, and other 23.3% of the hazards are caused by the mineral mine hazards. Out of which the 14.23% were fatal, were extremely fatal for the individuals. And out of which, inside that, around 8.23% of the individuals couldn't survive due to the lack of oxygen detected at a time. If they were detected early, they would have been survived. So we know that lack of oxygen as well as the pulse rate is really important in detection. And by these explanation of our idea which we have explained here, these data which we have told now can be reduced, and fatality can be reduced further with wearing our smart fabric, working fabric, which reduces fatality and also is an at most all standardful and an advanced safety, providing to every user who wears it in such terrain and conditions. So this was our project and our explanation about the problem statement. And you can see our team member details have been present to you. And yeah, that's all. And yeah, thank you.
Shall I stop
Have you
presenting?
visited? Yeah. Shall we ask the question?
Yes.
Have you visited a underground coal mine?
Not now, sir. But actually, we have this is a lot around the problem statement, and we have looked around directory about the hazards, and still there are not the safety requirements are not proper, and the working suit they are wearing, or the fabric they were wearing, is just a kind of an ordinary fabric with limited amount of safety requirements. So we had looked upon it, and then we had done this.
Okay. So mostly they wear only 3 items: safety cap and gum boots and one undergarment. So other than that, I don't think such a sophisticated suit they will think about. We don't know. Okay, that is one question. Second, how do you expect the GPS to work underground? And the mines are tight, like 2 kilometer by 4 kilometer. So how do you get the data?
So like we have enabling Wi-Fi. Yes, sir. Like we have enabling a Wi-Fi microchip like an ESP module. So in the sense
ESP
that
will give you 50 feet. ESP will give you 50 to 100 feet coverage, right? And these mines are like 2 kilometers by 4 kilometers
yes, sir.
inside.
Need a little bigger amount of so that data can travel. We are actually working for that around it to make it more better, like the GPS location. So live location could be shared in such.
Yeah, but how would the GPS work underground? Have you thought about that?
Sir, actually,
GPS
thought
needs
like
sky view. Right? Without sky view, how do you get GPS working underground?
so like we haven't like thought like we were just like we thought like using IoT like just before you say like using a open microchip.
Yeah, but
and
whatever be the case, you need absolute location. Right? You need absolute location of every
so we were like to be more accurate. Yes, sir. We were like we're figuring out. So like
okay.
But if this is implemented, it will be really helpful for the workers. Like,
Yeah, definitely. There is no question about that. Just,
So there is technologies that make work the GPS underground.
the GPS needs satellite view, right? Without satellite view, how do you get the location? So that is one question I have, and yeah.
Yes, sir, we will work on it.
So these are the real, these are the ground realities. Once you have all this fulfilled, then you can think about
Maybe
your AI
GSM
and
modules,
ML.
using GSM modules and all, we can.
GSM will need mobile network, and underground mines you will not see any mobile network. It will be like a 500-meter down.
Yes, sir. So we will actually work on it to make it more better. Like, make it accurate.
No, your idea, the intention of your idea is really good. It helps the workman who is underprivileged and struggling. But your approach, you need to rethink because there are other challenges.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's all. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, I think we can move on. Can we call up the next team?
Now, last thing of the day, every yantra led by Angelo and me. So every yantra to please start.
So good afternoon, everyone. This is Team Agri Yandra, and our world is trending with technologies, developments, and implementations. And our aim is to make use of these implementations in our project. And here we are with agricultural monitoring system. So before begin with, to make the idea clear, let me ask you a question. Why we don't water plants in the afternoon session? We all know that plants need an optimum moisture at different temperature, humidity, and when discussing about other factors. So that's it. So otherwise it can cause us wilting. If we water the hairy plants at the afternoon sessions, it can cause us wilting to the plants. Also, normal irrigation is not very efficient when it comes to large scale plantations because there are areas that need more or less water. Also, farmers are not able to give individual attention to problematic areas, so the chances of spreading diseases are high and it's harming a lot percentage of plants. So here we are coming with a solution. And before going to that, let's see the technological stacks used: OpenCV, Python, CSS, Flask, Matplotlib, and Arduino C. And I'm handovering the session to Angela.
Hello, Dia. Okay, so as my teammate already said, our project is a agricultural monitoring system for the farmers, And the users of the project is diseases and to ensure an optimum to prevent the untimely challenges we faced while making the project are that since real-time data is constantly taken, a web page that continuously changes shows the color of gray according to the quality of the crops was difficult to make. Also, the number of sensors used to take the data had to be reduced to keep everything under the budget of the project. Then we had to constantly in the code multiple times to accommodate the issues relating the hardware component of the project. And so to accommodate the issue of the sensors, we the values were taken in such a way that only one section of the land was considered at a time. Now I call Vasudev to explain the UI section of the project.
Before Vasudev, you can come. I would like to tell what is the main idea is like there is a robot which will move, there's a rover which will move throughout the field. And this field as we are individually monitoring each plant. So basically we are planning to make the rover by in 2000 like budget is 2000, and then we are like controlling the irrigation system using valves. So the area is based on the area that can be covered by the valves. For example, here we are taking 5 into 5 in this picture we are using 3 into 3 matrix. So basically it can cover 9 plants. It can be reduced to 5 into 5, which is 25 plants, and we'll explain it further. Vasudev, you can take on.
Here's the UI we have to present. It shows the current moisture, optimum moisture as the rover moves. It shows the live status. Here the 3 into 3 matrix shows the way which rover moves, and it signifies the plants. And we have 4 buttons in home page: farm quality, farm irrigation, moisture status. Farm quality shows the condition of the plant. I mean, if the plant is healthy, it shows the green color. As the rover moves, if it needs more moisture, it shows the yellow color. If the plant is diseased, the farmer can prevent it. It shows the red color. In the farmer irrigation section, the blue color signifies if the plant needs if the plant has less moisture and needs irrigation, and white color signifies it gets enough water to sustain. The moisture status. The moisture status signifies we can see the graph in a weekly or weekly or daily in moisture with respect to time graph.
Okay, now I will explain the working. Before that, we will show first we'll show the working of this code. So basically, what we are doing is we are using DHT11 sensor. From that, we are getting temperature, humidity, and we are using moisture sensor. And then we are using some module to get the X and Y coordinates. So we can use GPS module that is under development. Then Arduino senses data to a server, and the server gets the current data. Now, after getting the image, the quality indexes decide between 1 to 5, and then it is fed to main data. After getting it into the main data, we clean out the errors which can be present in the sensors due to some reasons, and then we also clean out the low grade values of the graph. For example, we are grading it from 1 to 5 using image processing. Then we will clean out the 1, 2, 3 ones. We will only take 4 and 5. Then after getting the clean data, we'll split it to plant wise. For each plant, we are having a database. And then using that database, we will calculate the optimum moisture and compare it with the current data and decide the motor should be turned off or on. And then we will decide then we will feed the motor on off values into the current data, and the backend will read the current data. That's the flow chart, how it works. Now talking about the moisture calculation, how it works is for specific temperature, there is specific humidity. For specific temperature and specific humidity, you are deciding a optimum moisture level using the previous data, which is based on the grade. So basically, as you can see here, there is 30 degree and there is 67, 68, 69 humidity. And for that, there is specific moisture. Same for 31, there is specific 67, 68, and 69 humidity. And there is optimum moisture for that also. So we have current values, which is 32 degree, and in which 67 is the current humidity also. Then we are comparing this and getting the motor, like we are deciding for each motor to turn on or off. So for each plant, we are deciding this to turn off the motor or not. And using that, this thing, we will decide to turn. There is only one for 25 plants. For example, this is 5 into 5 matrix. There is only one motor. So using the majority, if majority needs water, then it will automatically turn off. If the majority don't need more water, it will automatically turn off. So it's based on that. And this, what we are actually building as hardware is a rover and a thing to control the valves of the irrigation system. So basically, this valves will be communicating with the code to control this. And now we'd like to show a prototype which we made. So this is the prototype which we made. In this, there is a green leaf showed, which is healthy. For the healthy, it is showing healthy here, sector 3. So it is showing healthy. For this, if you're using yellow leaf, then it will turn into yellow. And also we are watering the plant so that the moisture level will increase there, and it will automatically turn off the motor. Yeah, as you can see that. I will show the yellow one. Yeah, this is yellow leaf. For that, it is showing yellow section, which basically means the moisture is low. For diseased plant, we can also, this is a diseased plant having low moisture. So it is showing red. So this is just a prototype of how it works. Now I'd like to show the code how it works. So I will change the screen. So this is basically our image processing program through which we grade our crops. So Mishal, I would like you to take over.
So how the image processing works is each frame of the image is checked for values of checked for green color, red, blue, yellow, and colors that have some sort of significance. In our case, we are checking for green colors that are in a specific range from light to dark. So all the green colors should be present in our output image, the image that we are showing you currently right now. You'll notice that there's a lot of green, yellow, and red. Here, green represents the green colors present in the leaf. So it will show if there's a large amount of greenness, it will show that the leaf is healthy. If there's a large amount of yellowness, it will show that it has low moisture, like what Angelo is showing right now. And if it's disease,
this is the leaf having low moisture. The yellow leaf, not the
leaf
yellow
is
which is having.
diseased.
This leaf, yeah, I will show the disease one also.
If a leaf is diseased, disease is most commonly seen in the form of spots or patches of blue, red, brown. So in this case, this leaf has patches of black black spots present in the leaf. In the code, we are checking for areas where the blackness is formed, and we are replacing the pixels of those black pixels with red pixels so that we can show you how it works. And each category, in this case, the diseased leaf or moisture problem leaf, healthy leaf, each category outputs a number that corresponds to that category. That number is the grading in this case. And that grading is sent to the web page and sent everywhere. That's all.
Now I'll show the optimum moisture code. For that, we have to, as we are currently not using Arduino to show it, so we are running a simulator for that. So we'll run the simulator here. In the simulator, it works by using random values. So we won't be getting a curve graph, but we will get the idea of the optimum moisture plotting. So as this is using random values, it won't be that much accurate. This is actually according to the specific temperature and humidity. So as you can see, this is currently changing. It's changing. So like if the temperature and moisture is changing, it will have different moisture values, optimum moisture level values. So in the right one, there it is showing according to the whole database of the plant. So the blue lines there, the blue curve is actually showing, actually plotting those moisture level and the how many data are present, and the orange line in total optimum moisture is showing, after like we are using Gaussian blur, which is in matplot library to get the optimum moisture curve, and then we are calculating weekly optimum moisture, which is using same principle, and then we are getting a curve, as you can see, that orange line. So we are taking that orange line as the optimum moisture curve, and then we are comparing it with to the optimum to the current. So as you can see in the code, I will just stop it. As you can see here, optimum moisture is 83 and current moisture is 82. Therefore, the motor will turn on. So similarly, if optimum moisture is 82 and current moisture is 83, it will turn off. So the conclusion is we can easily make it, we can efficiently irrigate our plants, and we can give individual attention to all the crops. And then there is also disease detection, which will also help the farmer to prevent diseases before it spreads. Yeah, now our teammates include myself, Angela Antu, Herod J. Milton, Mishal Vasudev, Sri Lakshmi, and Diya Dattan. Thank you. We are open for questions.
Thank you, team. I request users to put questions if there's any.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. So you guys have done good effort, and so one question is like, when you make a rover, how do you expect it to run smooth and you will be able to capture the images? And
That's
second,
a challenge, sir.
When you have drip irrigation these days, whether do you really worry about any missing, or maybe weekly by examining all the plants, farmers can still ensure that sufficient water is distributed across all. So whether the rover will definitely make a big change.
Yes, actually, Sri Lakshmi, can you share the stats, the efficiency of the drip irrigation and that drip irrigation, normal irrigation, and all? And we can actually use the motor valves in this drip irrigation also, because the drip irrigation is constantly giving this amount of water to the plants. Giving the constant amount of moisture at each time for each temperature moisture won't be that much efficient as this one. Sri Lakshmi, can you share the stats?
By the survey, the maximum efficiency for all the irrigation system is only up to 70-75%. There is not any irrigation system with above 90% efficiency.
So my question is, from 70 to 90%, what is the cost factor? You're enhancing the efficiency from 70 to 90%, but at what cost?
Actually, we are planning to do
where irrigation is already implemented, and there are some checkpoints where they use some IoT sensors to sense the moisture, and these sensors will be dug up in the soil. Okay, so anywhere if there is a lack of sufficient moisture, you will get an alert.
Actually, we are not using many moisture sensors. We are using only one moisture sensors on the rover.
Yeah, compared to the cost of a moisture sensor and taking the data versus having a rover which will also examine the leaves and color altogether. So what is the difference in the cost when you think from 70 to 90% when you said the efficiency?
Okay, we are planning to do this inside 2,000 rupees, this whole rover, and then we have to also like the cost of the valves also we have to consider. So most probably we can do it inside 3,000. And after this project, the farmer doesn't have to change anything in his farm. He basically have to set up the valves at the end of the irrigation system, be it sprinklers or maybe drip irrigation. So you can use that. And why are we using rover here? Because we need to individually assess all the plants. So for that, we can't use.
Yeah, you're solving a problem when drip irrigation doesn't work well, correct?
Yeah. We are using.
And
we
what
are
could be
trying
the
to get.
what could be the reason a drip irrigation system will not work? Imagine I have a row of 10 trees, and I'm not able to see water at one or the other point. So what will be my problem? Either the nozzle blockage.
So your question is not clear.
No, what is the problem that you are observing in drip irrigation when
Okay, so
water is
in drip irrigation, it is constantly giving. Yeah. Okay. So in drip irrigation, it is giving constant amount of water for particular time. For example, 1 drop per second maybe. So like that. So in the afternoon also it is giving like that, and in morning also it is giving like that. But there might as per the survey there is 70%. It is only 70% efficient. So there is that 30% which we are trying to cover up, and not 100%, but we can still.
When you say 70%, what is that? The water is being wasted or it is drying out? What it is?
What I think it's being like how much wasted, I guess.
Okay.
And also like using drip irrigation, I think the crop won't be that. Using our method, the crop will be much more better. Like it is using image processing to actually scan the leaves and all. So in using drip irrigation, nothing is done like that. So I think this will be more efficient than that. And we are actually working on it to develop a proof.
Yeah, in drip irrigation, they adjust these nozzles based on the water pressure. Okay. So once it is properly set, it is expected to work. And in situations when there are blockages to these nozzles, they do it on a weekly based maintenance. So
so they do weekly.
When we think about bringing a sophisticated system which will do the automated way of monitoring this, you have to just see what will be the cost advantage, and when you say about efficiency, what is it actually, whether it is saving water or preventing any crop dry out. So
yes, sir.
That
we'll
point
work on that.
Was not very clear. Yeah, but overall,
we actually need a proof for this. We have to like actually do a research about using a plant for 2 months or 3 months. So we have to do that, and we are planning to do that after getting the codes and all figured it out.
Yeah, the question is like whether this problem you need, whether this solution to solve, or there can be a better one.
Okay.
Your system is capable of doing something, but whether the actual problem needs this type of solution, at that point you can rethink.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's all. Yeah, good.
Yes, I also have the same opinion. So you have done a good hard work. It's a voluminous, useful work. Only one suggestion regarding regarding the technical aspect. When you submit the proposal, I have one suggestion. You see, can you just see the slides, use cases in the beginning? Okay. Anyway, no need to take now. Are you listening?
Yes,
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So use cases means actually functionalities, important functionalities of the system. Okay. But there you have written like we successfully made something, etc., etc. I feel that is not the right way to write use cases. Use cases, you have to list first functionality, second functionality, third functionality. That is what is expected there. Okay. So when you are submitting your final draft, be careful. That part should be clear functionalities of the system, not like we successfully did. Rather than that, list the clear functionalities of the system. That is called use cases. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Good work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, team, for this great presentation. Now, here we call last team of this mind-blowing hackathon. That is 19th team of the day. Team name Codex, led by team leader Anton Prince. Please start your presentation as soon as.
Hello, is it visible?
Hello, Abhinan.
Yes, is this slide visible?
Yeah, now the screen is visible. You can start your presentation.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Codex, and I'm Alosh Tenny. I'll be hosting our presentation. So our project focuses on agrodynamics, and agrodynamics is a method to cross agricultural boundaries and minimize and maximize harvest output. So let me just list out our teammates. They are Anton Prince, first year CSE, Abhinandi Manoj, first year CSE, Aditya Beju, first year IT, Aftab Mehrab, third year EC, and Anjana Babu, first year CSE. So now let's move on to the explanation. Right, so our basic idea is to overcome the obstacles faced by traditional agriculture using IoT and timely irrigation to improve the growing conditions of crops and also to power a small colony. We'll get to that in a bit of time. So now I'm going to list out the technology stacks we've used. Front end is taken care of by Anton Prince. So we have used HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Android Studio. The backend and database and local server was created by Abhinandi Manoj using Python, Django, SQLite 3, and C++ for Arduino. And for hardware, we have used a few sensors also. We used a moisture sensor and valves for irrigating, and also a submersible pump. And we have used Arduino and ESP32 board and a motor to pump the water too. We have also included turbine, which we'll explain later. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we know that in agriculture, there's a lot of issues. If you're owning a large piece of land, there's a high chance for disease in crops. And the one problem is that if one crop is affected, it can affect maybe the entire plot of land. So to curb this, to overcome this, we have created a simple system that can take care of this issue. So our product mainly consists of software and hardware. In the software, we have created a website such that the farmer, aka the user, can access details about his or her crops and the status of it. And we've also made a dummy app that will input the values of how well the plant is doing. So let's explain about the hardware part. So we're using two sensors in this project, one for checking the moisture and the other also for checking the status of the plant. We're also using a trained AI that comes with the app itself. The app, when you turn on the app, you can scan the plant, or like while scanning the plant, it can tell whether the plant is infected by disease or if there is any issue with the plant, and that plant will be marked for removal. So I'm going to call on Abhinandi Manoj to explain about the website. Abhinand Manoj.
Hello, is it audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll be explaining about the website first. So let me just switch my screen. Is it visible? Is there a website visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, so what this is our website. It's actually not the finished model, but then we've just created a prototype. So this is our website in which we just give the project description and what all we've used. And what the user can do is that you can register over here using your name and you can at this point actually we can only use a single plant type because it's still a prototype version and we haven't expanded it to multiple plants yet, but we are planning on doing that. And after registering, what happens is that it redirects you to the user page where you can see the username, and actually when multiple crops comes you can see the status of each plant. And since we haven't yet connected to the Arduino, the data is not received. So it shows the moisture content of the plant, and according to the moisture content, the hardware turns on and off. The pump turns on and off, and the status of the pump is given over here. And since like we can accelerate the plant growth using LEDs, like by giving proper intensity and proper wavelength, you can increase the growth rate of the plant, which is shown over here. And this is what happens. The thing is that since the Arduino isn't sending any data, the data is not being refreshed. So what happens over here actually is that every time the Arduino picks up any data or has any changes in this content, it sends the data to the server, which is currently running on my computer right now. Right now, it's a local server since we haven't hosted the website into the internet yet. So I'm actually hosting a local server right now. So it sends the data into the local server and it updates the data over here in real time. And it will be visible over here. You can monitor it. And there will also be a manual switch where you can, change the pump status. So you can turn on the pump in your at your control. You can have the pump at your control, or you can have an automated pump. So the button over here, what actually it does is it controls the valve to the plant. So if the button is clicked, you can open the valve or you can close the valve. Otherwise, if you want the automated version, you can just leave it. It'll open the valve and the moisture content drops to a certain rate. So that's about it for the website. You can go back and you're already logged in, so you can check in the login status again. Yeah, that's it for the functioning of the website.
Okay, I'm going to call on Aditya Biju to explain more about the hardware part. Includes the sensors, the Arduino and ESP32 boards, and how it functions. Aditya?
Hello.
Yes, please.
So an Arduino Uno is used to input values from the sensors and compare the value to a certain threshold. This is used to turn on the different devices connected to it. And the irrigation system. The system works on a soil moisture sensor, and this resistance. The system works on a soil moisture sensor, which is a resistive type of sensor. When two electrodes are placed into the soil, a small current is passed through it, and a microcontroller in the soil moisture sensor detects the amount of resistance. The resistance value is sent to the microcontroller or the Arduino Uno, which compares it with a certain threshold value. When the threshold value is exceeded, the pump is turned on and irrigates the soil. Fourth one, the network subsystem. An ESP32 is used to send and receive data from the server. The ESP32 connects with Wi-Fi of the user's access point.
That sums up our hardware part. Now I'll list over our dependencies. So we've used ASTRF module, backports.zoneinfo, Django, PIP, PKG resources, setup tools, SQL pass, and C++. Now we've had a couple of showstoppers and obstacles too. We have experienced temporary server connection issues, so we tended to use a local server. We had some errors in pushing values to the website. We still have them, but we'll work on it. Camera quality issues. In the app, the AI is trained to detect if there is any sort of defect or disease in the plant. Sometimes the AI cannot detect it. Sometimes it's faulty. So there are some issues in that. Another thing is water availability. Sometimes during hot summers or during afternoon time, the water levels can go down and can mess up the moisture sensors. And we've had a slight bit of hardware malfunction, but we have worked over it. Also, to tap the business potential of this, we have tried to include a steam turbine in this. So basically, once we spotted out the diseased plants, what do we do with them? We rake them out, yeah. But instead of just throwing them away or just burning them off, we can just burn them in a useful manner. So say you've got 10 diseased plants in a plot of 100. So if you take these 10 and burn them and use that heat to boil water and run a steam turbine, you'll be able to produce a sufficient amount of energy. Now, this is not just 100 plants. If you're talking, say, a colony of 10 or 20 families running their own farms, you're getting a sufficient amount of unwanted crops to burn. And also the average daily household usage of energy is around 6 units or 6 kilowatts per day. And if you're using a 100 kilowatt steam turbine, you'd easily be able to power the entire colony. And from that, you'd be able to tap, say, 10% of the revenue, and that can stand out as a business potential too. So that's basically our project. And moving on to the last slide. Yeah, these are our members that I had listed earlier. So that's it. A short, simple, and crisp project. And now we're open to any questions.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, Abhinand, quick check. So don't you think, like, again, burning crops is going to create another set of problems? Like, you're going to plant, you're looking to generate energy, but wouldn't that create another set of problems?
So we'll be doing it in a
Okay,
closed space so that it doesn't spread off, so that the fire doesn't spread and the steam doesn't get wasted. We'll do in a closed, and it's somewhat like a closed combustion. So we try to minimize the damages.
Yeah, we can reduce the amount of pollution. Actually, by using another Arduino board, we can control the flow of air into the burning crop so as to maximize combustion and reduce pollution. And also, you have seen that many people do burn crops, slash and burn, for example. It is useful for the land, but it's harmful for the environment. And we can't do much about it. We're just trying to rectify it or bring down pollution and maximize output. So that's our strategy in using a steam turbine to produce energy and minimize pollution.
Okay.
And the fact is that you can use the ash for manure also. And the only fuel is not only the disease plants. You can use any kind of fuel, like any waste you get inside farms, you can use as fuel for this turbine.
You could use hay for fuel.
Yeah, and it's relatively cheap also, including just the system, the hardware part for detection would come somewhere near 2000 rupees. And the app is free because anyone can use it. And the website has multiple super user access. And if you want, the steam turbine is an optional part. If the colony does want to install one, it would come somewhere around 10K to 12K rupees. So that part's covered.
Okay, thanks.
Any other queries? Sudeep sir?
Again, another suggestion only. When we prepare the final document, you see, any idea regarding, you see, like it can be specific. For example, power can be generated, like approx how much. Similarly, this much area is, you see, monitored. Approx how much area can be monitored. Such, if you give such quantitative figures, your proposal may look professional. It's a suggestion.
Correct, yeah. That's a good point, yeah. But we haven't
You got
done
the
any
point.
field work much.
So to get that, so to get that information, you can read some papers. If you go to some journals and conferences, there will be very similar papers. So looking at those papers, you will get, if you find that that paper is very similar to your proposal, you can write it and present it accordingly. You got the point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So after referring some papers, you can arrive at a good figure. What to write? What is that approximate unit of energy that can be created? Approx how much area is covered? So the chances of the proposal getting later accepted looks sound.
Yeah, we should get an idea of the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
That's it. All the best. Nice work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So as the program draws to a close, I now invite Dr. Shelby Joseph for concluding the session.
Okay, so in his, I will just conclude the session. So actually, it was very much interesting and enthusiastic session, and basically all except two teams, all the other 17 teams have actually participated very nicely with full-on enthusiasm. And I would like to give a good shout out to all the teams that have participated actively in this hackathon. Thank you all the teams. And my special thanks to, on behalf of all the coordinators and SOE CUSAT, I would like to thank all the panel members, Mr. Arjun Sriram Verma, Mr. Jayakrishnan, Dr. Bijoy Anthony Jose, Dr. Sudeep Ilayadam, for their patient and kind listening and giving all the valuable suggestions to all our participants. So thank you all judges and all the participants and also all the listeners. And a special mention to Arun sir for continuously supporting, and also Sonal as well as Aman, the student volunteers of Hackathon. And very big thanks to Shelby sir for guiding us throughout this event and making this event a success. Thank you all. And the results will be announced soon. it will be shared to you in your WhatsApp group. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, one and all.